Ever feel like your day has you before you even get out of bed? Like forces unseen are pulling the strings of your mood, energy, and direction the moment your eyes flicker open. That's not fate. That's a broken pattern. That's a system that desperately needs a reset. Morning rituals are the reset button, the most potent tool at your disposal. They are designed not for rigidity, but for grounding, not for restriction, but for liberation. They silence the chaotic noise, sharpen your thinking, and powerfully put you back in charge of your own reality. Because your mind, that intricate network of potential and habit, is programmable, and the morning specifically, the first few moments of it, is your absolute best window of opportunity to perform that essential reprogramming. If you hesitate, if you don't firmly claim that sacred moment, the world will, and it will mold it, according to its own overwhelming agenda. In a few moments, as we journey through these words together, I will illuminate the simple yet profound shifts, the powerful micro-actions that possess the ability to fundamentally rewire your mind and decisively reclaim your inherent power, starting from the very first minute your conscious awareness returns. Remember this truth. The first battle of the day is won or lost long before the sun has fully cleared the horizon. Each new day presents not a field of conflict against others, though that illusion may persist, but a battlefield drawn internally, pitting your potential against your own deep-seated indifference, your purpose against your tendency towards delay. And the true battle, the one that matters most, begins the very instant you awaken from slumber. That single crucial moment poised delicately between the comforting oblivion of sleep and the dawning imperative of decision is the critical junction where destinies are forged or regrettably left to languish and break apart. While the masses hit the snooze button, seduced by the fleeting comfort of a few more minutes of unconsciousness, habitually choosing delay and drifting over conscious direction and clear intention. The select few who choose to rise with deliberate resolve, step into a world that stands unclaimed by the paralysis of hesitation. This powerful choice is not, I repeat, not about the triviality of merely waking up early for the sake of an arbitrary routine or to earn some misguided badge of honor. It is about embracing a fundamental understanding. The very first decision of your day does not stand alone. It becomes the unquestioned commander, the blueprint setter for all decisions, small or large, that follow throughout the hours ahead. Morning is the mind's clean slate, a fresh canvas presented before the day's inevitable stresses arrive. In those first serene minutes, untouched by external worry, unclouded by the cacophony of distraction, your spirit is most malleable, most open, ready to be shaped profoundly by a strong internal purpose, or to be tragically surrendered to the external chaos that waits just beyond your eyelids. If you seize that vulnerable moment with unwavering intention, you set an immensely powerful precedent, not just for the next few hours, but for the entire trajectory of your day, your week, your life. The precedent. A resounding internal declaration: I lead. I do not follow. The individual who waits passively for inspiration to strike, for motivation to arrive like a welcome visitor, will invariably always be second to the one who actively moves forward with clear, purposeful intention. The greatest minds to walk this earth, those whose legacies resonate through centuries, understood this profound truth at their core. Benjamin Franklin, a man of immense practicality and vision, posed a simple yet powerful question to himself each and every morning, guiding his day with ethical purpose. What good shall I do this day? Thomas Edison, a titan of relentless innovation, was famously known to rise before the sun. His mind already ablaze with ideas, already sketching concepts, prototyping possibilities, while others were still comfortably lost in their dreams, unaware of the productive energy being captured. They were not merely chasing time or reacting to its pattern, they were actively shaping it, molding it to their will and vision. Morning was their forge where ideas were heated and hammered into tangible form. It was their sanctuary, a place protected from the world's demands. It was the essential crucible, the sacred space where plans were methodically transmuted into concrete action, one intentional step at a time. You absolutely must learn to see the morning, your early hours, not as an inconvenience to be rushed through, but as your exclusive arena. It is a battleground not for conflict, but for creation. A dedicated space where your most important thoughts, your deepest intentions, can be firmly directed and solidified. Before, the world inevitably attempts to fragment, dilute, and steal them for its own often trivial pursuits. When you rise early, not because an external force compels you, not because an alarm brutally demands it, but because you consciously and powerfully choose to do so, you send an unmistakable, powerful message, not just to yourself, not just to the immediate world around you, but to the universe itself. That message, I am not a passive recipient, merely waiting for life to hand me meaning, direction, or opportunity. I am actively creating it, weaving it into the fabric of my reality through conscious action. The true transformative power of morning lies not fundamentally in what activities you perform, not in the specific tasks on your to-do list, but in who you resolutely become through the consistent practice of intentional starting. You become the undisputed architect of your own energy levels, no longer subject to chance or external circumstance. You begin your day not tentatively, but by boldly declaring immediate victory over delay, over comfort zones, over the gravitational pull of the bed sheets. And in the potent act of doing so, you initiate a process where your past fears the weight of old limitations and the relentless demands of the outside world dramatically begin to lose their pervasive, limiting grip on your potential. To rise early with intention and discipline is not a small habit. It is a conscious decision to begin with dominance, a powerful assertion of self. It is to state unequivocally, both to yourself and to the waiting world, "This is my day carved out by my intention, and I will not give it away, not a single minute of it, to procrastination or distraction." Do not under any circumstances wait for a perfect reason, an ideal alignment of circumstances to wake up early. Do not wait passively for motivation to magically appear and somehow lift you out of bed with its ethereal grace. This waiting is the very definition of being subject to circumstance rather than commanding it. Instead, take action consciously. Create a compelling reason to rise, something deeply meaningful to you, and consciously create the necessary initial motion, even if it's just a micro-action like standing up or taking a deep breath. Do not rely on feeling ready. Create the feeling by taking the first step. And very soon you will witness firsthand how that small, consistent movement rapidly begins to shape and build a powerful momentum. A force that will become increasingly unstoppable, pushing you forward towards your goals. Every morning presents a clear binary choice at its very threshold. Retreat into comfortable passivity, allowing yesterday to endlessly repeat itself in mundane tasks, or rise with powerful intention, stepping into the arena of self-mastery and actively creating revelation, novel opportunities, and transformative growth. One path chosen out of ease leads to cyclical repetition, trapping you in the familiar. The other path chosen through courageous effort leads to constant revelation, revealing your true capabilities. Choose the latter, and you will find that the universe itself, with its infinite resources and opportunities, begins to respond demonstrably to the elevated energy you are generating and putting forth. The world truly makes way. It aligns its resources for the individual who begins their day with a clear, powerful purpose, initiated and reinforced by conscious morning choices. So when the soft darkness of sleep slowly begins to lift, revealing the nascent light of a new day, and your eyes gently open to a fresh slate of possibility. Remember this critical insight, this fundamental truth. The battlefield, the arena for the day's growth and victory has already commenced the moment consciousness returns. And your very first victory, perhaps the most strategically significant one of all, the one that sets the stage for everything else, is the powerful, courageous, and deeply intentional decision to rise physically and mentally into purposeful action. Your mind, that incredible engine of thought and potential, fundamentally reflects what it is fed, especially in the quiet, formative moments of dawn. Your thoughts, contrary to popular belief, are rarely random accidents or chaotic noise that merely appear unbidden. They are, in fact, the core ingredients, the raw materials from which your day, your experiences, and ultimately your destiny are cooked into being. And each morning at the stove of consciousness, you are the chef. The first hour of your day is not an empty gap, a mere placeholder to be mindlessly filled with passive consumption of noise, social media, scrolls, or frivolous distractions. It is instead sacred, fertile ground, a space deserving of reverence and protection. What intentional seeds you choose to plant upon that hallowed ground in the very first moments of consciousness directly and powerfully becomes the absolute foundation of your decisions, shapes the nature of your emotions, influences your ability to maintain clarity and focus, and ultimately determines the tangible results you will achieve throughout the hours that follow. This critical first hour is your supreme seed time, a window of unparalleled opportunity for internal creation, and rest assured what precise intentional seeds you choose to plant during this potent period is exactly what you will eventually harvest, not just today, but compounding over time into your future reality. If you choose to begin by immediately exposing your mind to the chaotic noise of endless scrolling, the gossip-laden streams of news feeds or fear-driven headlines and anxieties, deliberately designed to trigger your survival instincts, you are effectively choosing to feed your precious, impressionable mind a confusing, energy-draining diet of fear, comparison, and overwhelming distraction. The mind at this most receptive early state behaves precisely like a sponge, instantaneously and deeply absorbing whatever information or emotion it encounters first. And that very first impression, that initial sensory and cognitive input, it establishes, sets, and firmly entrenches the rhythm, the dominant energetic vibration that will govern and direct the flow for the entire rest of your valuable day. A mind soaked and saturated in the pervasive chaos of external noise and comparison cannot possibly physically or mentally produce clear, focused, or insightful thought. A heart immediately stirred and agitated by negativity. External problems or scarcity thinking cannot possibly sustain an internal state of peace, resilience, or grounded presence throughout the day regardless of what arises. But on the other hand, if you choose deliberately to begin with intentional silence, sitting in quiet stillness, engaging in conscious, mindful breathing, practicing a sincere prayer of intention, allowing a few moments of deep reflection, or simply and consistently articulating, either spoken or written, a few profound lines of authentic gratitude for the simple blessings already present in your life, your inner world doesn't collapse or feel overwhelmed. Instead, it miraculously begins its transformation, building itself into a powerful internal fortress. Quiet, yes, but deeply strong, emotionally resilient, and inherently immovable in the face of external storms. The most powerful, impactful, and transformative minds throughout history did not simply leave their critical mornings to unpredictable chance or external circumstance. They did not idly wait to feel inspired, hoping inspiration would somehow arrive spontaneously like a gust of wind. No, that approach would lead to inconsistency. They actively cultivated inspiration through deliberate action. They methodically built, consistent, potent morning rituals designed to anchor their state and direct their focus. Consider Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, who diligently wrote personal meditations to himself each and every morning, guiding his thoughts and intentions for the day. Think of Abraham Lincoln, a man who carried immense weight, who regularly read scripture and quoted it often, rooting his mind in wisdom and perspective from the very start of his challenging days. These remarkable individuals didn't just happen upon greatness. They deliberately and consciously fed their minds with substance, clarity, and truth. And by doing so consistently and with deep intention, they were not just shaping their present state, they were profoundly feeding and building their future legacies brick by intentional brick. This moment is your explicit call, a direct invitation to begin feeding your mind with that same level of conscious deliberation starting tomorrow, starting right now. Read something truly noble and uplifting that expands your perspective or provides timeless wisdom. Speak something authentically powerful to yourself, declarations of your purpose and capability, solidifying your internal strength. Write something genuinely meaningful that connects you to your deepest values or clarifies your most important intentions. Let your first essential hour, your seed time, be treated as a temple of profound, creative, intentional thought, carefully curated and guarded, not a noisy, chaotic market overflowing with mindless distraction. Because in those supremely impressionable early moments of consciousness, your subconscious mind, the powerful engine beneath the surface, is at its most receptive and malleable. It is truly fertile soil, perfectly prepared and ready to instantly receive, cultivate, and grow whatever seed you consciously choose to sow there. Sow seeds of inherent power, and you will inevitably reap unwavering resilience in the face of adversity. Sow seeds of crystal-clear clarity and defined purpose, and you will harvest profound conviction and confident directed action. Do not under any circumstances underestimate the compounding transformative power of consistent repetition in these intentional morning acts. It is not mere mindless routine or a mechanical set of steps. It is fundamentally the disciplined, precise brushstroke of true mastery applied daily to the canvas of your being. By diligently feeding your mind each morning with strength, wisdom, gratitude, and purpose, you are systematically training it, programming it at a deep subconscious level to instinctively respond to the inevitable challenges and opportunities of life with that same inherent strength and clarity. And when adversity arises, as it always undoubtedly does, life guarantees it, you will not simply react from a position of fundamental weakness or scattered energy. Instead, you will possess the internal capacity to consciously respond from a place of grounded wisdom, centered strength, and unshakable purpose that has been diligently forged and refined in the quiet heat of your intentional morning hours. Just a few moments consistently invested each morning of deeply intentional thought and deliberate purposeful action can over time dramatically shape and fundamentally alter the entire trajectory of your day. And a consistent series of enough of those powerful intentional days, rigorously shaped by diligent discipline and forged by unwavering consistency in your chosen rituals, inevitably leads to something far, far greater than just productivity. They fundamentally shape and become your greatest possible destiny. True greatness is not some explosive event born in sudden spontaneous bursts of inspiration or random luck that strike few people. It is patiently born, nurtured, and cultivated slowly, but powerfully, one small, consistent action at a time within the deliberate soil of disciplined habits. So tomorrow morning, choose to begin not with the frantic urgency often dictated by the external world's demands, but with the calm, self-assured sovereignty that comes from conscious intention and deliberate action. Guard the gates, the entry points to your mind, especially in those crucial first few minutes, as vigilantly and seriously as if the entire course of your future directly depends upon it, because with undeniable certainty it does. The first hour, that sacred, undefiled segment of time at the very start of your day, is unequivocally yours and yours alone. Protect it fiercely. Let it be a truly holy hour dedicated to connection with your higher self and deepest intentions. Let it be intensely deliberate, consciously designed, rather than a byproduct of chance. Let it be the potent internal spark that courageously lights a transformative fire, a fire of purpose and power, so robust and fierce that no external fear or doubt can possibly extinguish its radiant flame. Either you will proactively set a prelude, a strong, clear, intentional opening for your day, orchestrated entirely by you, or you will find yourself passively being used and orchestrated by someone else's arbitrary agenda, or by the ceaseless urgent demands of the world. Make no mistake, every single day external forces, whether it is the immediate demands of your job pulling you in multiple directions, the pressing needs of others around you demanding your attention and energy, or the overwhelming flood of endless notifications and information streams on your devices, will inevitably attempt to subtly or overtly utilize your finite time and precious mental and energetic resources for their own predetermined program. The potential distractions are manifold, multiplying every year, and their insistent calls are loud, competing fiercely for your attention the moment you awaken. If you do not take the conscious, critical step to clearly and definitively define your fundamental purpose, your core intentions for the day, at the very outset, before the world has a chance to rush in, you will inevitably find yourself effortlessly swept up adrift and reactive in a powerful current that was entirely not of your own making. You will then find yourself spending your valuable hours not acting proactively according to your own deepest values and priorities, but merely reacting endlessly to the urgent stimuli that appear, perpetually chasing after tasks, messages, and problems that, while demanding your energy, ultimately leave you feeling empty, depleted, and disconnected from what truly matters. You will become a perpetual servant, a reactive slave to the tyranny of urgency, and urgency divorced from higher purpose is a demanding and fundamentally cruel master that offers no real fulfillment. But contrast that with the individual who courageously rises and immediately upon awakening declares with calm certainty and unshakable resolve, "This is explicitly who I am, not what others expect me to be. This is specifically what I will build and contribute to the world today, not what others demand of me." This individual, anchored by internal clarity and purpose, becomes effectively immune to the chaotic, swirling noise of the world and the ceaseless, often trivial demands it throws forth. He is not passively distracted by the surface-level noise of the world, because he is actively listening to and powerfully aligned with the much louder, more profound internal voice of his own deeply held intention and conscious mission. She is not easily seduced by the tempting convenience or perceived necessity of adopting the superficial agenda of others, because her own personally defined mission, born from her values, radiates with such powerful light and profound meaning that it easily outshines and diminishes their external demands. This clarity of personal purpose is far more than a mere mental state or a defensive shield protecting you from external pressures. It is in its purest form the ultimate source of concentrated internal power. A clear purpose for the day, the week, the life, particularly when made tangible by the simple, deliberate act of being consciously written down each morning on paper in ink, solidifying the abstract thought, is not a superstitious ritual based on arbitrary beliefs. It is, at its heart, an intensely potent act of creation. With the simple pen firmly in your hand, consciously committing abstract thought to physical form, you are engaging in something fundamentally divine in its power and potential. You are courageously speaking the unseen possibility, the formless vision in your mind, directly into form. giving it substance and weight in the physical realm. You are actively reminding yourself every single morning through the muscle memory of writing that your life, your energy, your actions are fundamentally not random chaotic occurrences, not merely passive reactions to external stimuli, and not subject to the capricious random winds of external fate or chance. You are powerfully and intentionally planting a flag, a personal standard, directly into the soil, the fertile ground of your day, and boldly claiming it as uniquely your own, owned and directed by you and your purpose. Purpose, when defined by you, does not need to be grand in scale or epic in its external manifestation to hold immense internal power. It does not need to impress the world at large, generate millions, or solve global problems, though it certainly can grow to do so over time. It fundamentally does not require external applause, validation, or recognition to be utterly vital and potent. It simply at its core needs to be undeniably yours, authentic and chosen by you from your deepest values. Your purpose right here, right now, may be as seemingly simple yet profoundly complex as building a thriving business that impacts lives, or perhaps it is the sacred task of raising a child with profound wisdom, patience, and enduring strength. It could be the noble calling to write words that have the power to move souls, protect, and provide for those you love, to actively create beauty in a world that often seems broken, or to deeply heal internally or externally. Whatever form it takes, whatever its size, when you consciously declare it with sincerity, with daily practice and reinforcement, it doesn't just sit on a page. It miraculously becomes your unwavering compass. And powerful internal compasses, guided by conscious purpose, do not pause or hesitate to argue with external storms or momentary chaos. They do not subtly adjust their fundamental direction to cater to fleeting moods or temporary feelings. They do not panic or falter when the metaphorical terrain of life becomes rough, challenging, and unpredictable. They simply, with quiet, unwavering certainty, point the way forward, always providing essential internal guidance in the face of external uncertainty. When you deliberately take the time to write out your purpose each and every morning in tangible form, you are not just jotting down ideas. You are methodically and consistently training your powerful mind, that incredible supercomputer, to diligently follow your command, the directives of your higher self, rather than succumbing to lower impulses or external pressures. You are not waiting passively for clarity to miraculously appear out of thin air. You are actively cultivating it through deliberate practice. You are not waiting around to feel motivated to take action. You are purposefully building discipline, brick by consistent brick, thereby creating the necessary internal condition for motivation to inevitably arise. In a world saturated and often overwhelmed with a million conflicting messages and incessant distractions, the profound revolutionary ability to consistently remember who you truly are at your core and what you are truly here to do with your finite time and energy is an act of quiet, potent revolution. It is the single most defining quality that powerfully separates those who merely drift aimlessly through life, buffeted by circumstance, from those who step forward with clear intention and actively lead their own journey. The drifter, waking without an anchor, immediately checks their phone for external validation and input. The leader, anchored by purpose, rises and deliberately checks in with their soul, their internal compass. Therefore, let your very first conscious act each morning, even before the demands of the external world impinge, be a deliberate return, a powerful reconnection to self. Sit in intentional stillness, even if for just a few minutes, and consciously carve out that sacred space. Reflect deeply on your path, your values, your mission. Courageously ask yourself that one core question, the clarifying query that cuts through the noise: what is the absolute one thing, the single most vital intention or action that matters most for me to accomplish or embody today? And then take the pen, Grasp its power and firmly, unequivocally, write it down. Do not, under any circumstances, underestimate the simple, profound, and ancient power embedded within this act of inscription. Ink placed on paper forming symbols of your thought may appear outwardly small, even trivial. But within that physical manifestation lies the entire concentrated weight and directing force of your conscious will, your defined purpose, and your commitment to act. That small initial decision, consciously chosen and consistently repeated daily, week after week, year after year, progressively becomes an unstoppable internal force. A force stronger than the corrosive doubt that attempts to hold you back, louder and more compelling than any external fear that seeks to paralyze you into inaction. Purpose is not a sudden, overwhelming lightning bolt that strikes you out of nowhere, instantly illuminating everything. It is far more practically and powerfully a vital fire within that you must diligently tend to daily with focused attention and deliberate effort. Each and every morning, through your chosen intentional practices, you must consciously add essential wood to that internal fire of purpose, the wood of your unwavering intention, the wood of your cultivated clarity, and the wood of your building conviction. Without this consistent practice, this conscious tending the fire of your purpose, your potential inevitably dims and slowly fades into embers, becoming ineffective and easily extinguished. But with the daily practice, with conscious adding of fuel, it doesn't just survive. It actively grows, strengthens, and expands into a brilliant blaze, a powerful beacon that lights the path not only clearly for your own journey forward, but also illuminates the way for others who may eventually choose to follow your light. So do not, under any circumstances, casually leave your fundamental purpose, your reason for existence, to chance or to external validation. You possess the intrinsic power consciously. Design it based on your deepest values. Courageously declare it to yourself each morning in clear, unmistakable terms. And most critically, consciously and consistently live it, through deliberate action throughout the day. When you consciously choose to do this, embracing and living your purpose, you do not become fragile or easily distracted. You become structurally immovable, an anchored force in a swirling world of chaos. The unpredictable chaos, the endless demands, and the shifting moods of the external world can no longer easily derail or dictate your direction, because you are powerfully anchored internally. You are guided not by the fleeting whims or expectations of others, but by the profound, undeniable truth that resides unshakably within the core of your own being. Make the decision, start tomorrow, by committing the sacred act of writing down your purpose in your own words. Let it be raw, unfiltered, even imperfect in its first iteration. That is perfectly okay. Let it be undeniably, authentically human. But most importantly, let it be definitively and utterly yours. And then immediately, resolutely, follow it with concrete action, bringing your intention into the physical realm. Because purpose conceived internally, without being consistently pursued by committed action, is merely a passive fantasy, a beautiful but unrealized dream confined to the mind. But purpose, consciously chosen, boldly declared, and diligently followed by persistent motion. That, my friends, is the powerful alchemy that creates and shapes destiny itself. Move the body, awaken the will. The physical body and the abstract mind are not separate as independent entities operating in isolation from each other. They are in the undeniable reality of human existence, one profoundly interconnected and inseparable system. They are intertwined in a continuous dynamic feedback loop. What affects the physical body, whether positively or negatively, instantly reverberates and impacts the state of the mind and vice versa. And so, following this intrinsic link, if the physical body remains sluggish, passive, or sedentary, the mind will almost invariably become foggy, unclear, and resistant to focused thought. If the muscles remain tight and inactive after hours of rest, so too will the channels of conscious thoughts become restricted and less free-flowing. But the very moment you choose to consciously move the body, engaging it deliberately in physical action, you simultaneously, powerfully, and often immediately ignite the dormant spirit and spark the mental engine within. You consciously stir the vital embers of energy and vitality that may have lain quiescent and subdued throughout the passive hours of the night's sleep. A simple morning walk around the block, taking a few deep, conscious breaths of fresh air and inhaling possibility, or flowing through a basic round of stretching and mobility exercises. These are not minor trivial acts easily dismissed as inconsequential. Far from it. They are profound foundational daily declarations made by you to yourself and felt by your deepest self. Declarations that you are vibrantly alive in this moment. Declarations that you are undeniably capable of intentional action. Declarations that you are fully ready to actively engage with the demands and opportunities of the coming day. When you consciously choose to move your body in the morning, even minimally, you are doing far more than simply loosening stiff joints, increasing blood circulation, or activating sleepy muscles. You are deliberately sending a potent biological and psychological message to your entire physical and mental system from the ground up, resonating to your subconscious mind. I am physically and mentally here, present in this moment. I am active, not passive. I am ready to engage fully with life. The human body, this incredible biological vehicle, was intrinsically made and designed for dynamic movement and purposeful action. It is not fundamentally a passive vessel merely designed for static consumption or sedentary existence. It is a dynamic, potent, incredibly versatile tool meant for robust expression, exploration, and building functional strength internally and externally. And when you choose to engage it deliberately with intention, even for just a brief window of time each morning, you actively unlock reservoirs of latent physical and mental energy that have the capacity to fundamentally transform your internal state and dramatically shift your readiness. That dull ache of physical or mental fatigue, the one that often tries to anchor you to the bed or the sofa, begins its subtle yet powerful lift. That cloud of mental confusion which might obscure your focus begins to noticeably part. That low, persistent hum of background anxiety, the one that can undermine your confidence, begins its gentle, gradual dissipation. In its place, arising from within through the aliveness of movement, comes a potent sense of clarity, a heightened state of present awareness, and an undeniable, palpable sense of deep personal power radiating from your core. Movement in its purest, most intentional form is a fundamental signal you send to your entire system and to the world. It tells your brain at a primitive level that life is happening, that you are actively participating, that you are not in hiding, not in retreat, not giving in. And critically, this foundational signal, initiated by physical motion, instantaneously begins to create essential momentum, that powerful compounding force that carries you forward far beyond mere initial effort. Many individuals talk about motivation as if it were some mystical, elusive external force, something that must spontaneously arrive on its own, unbidden, a divine gift, selectively granted only to the fortunate few who already feel ready or inspired. But this widely held belief is a pervasive, disempowering myth that keeps millions waiting passively. The profound truth is this: motivation is emphatically not the starting point for significant action or consistent progress. It is almost invariably the positive and potent result that flows from initial disciplined action. And what specifically produces this invaluable result of motivation? Conscious, deliberate, and consistent action. Move first, inspire second. That is the reliable rhythm, the internal sequence of real, tangible growth and sustainable progress. You do not wait for the ethereal feeling of wanting to act to take root before you move. No, You consciously choose to act to initiate the motion, and precisely because of that action, the desired feeling of motivation, readiness, and even inspiration consistently follows. A simple push-up against the wall, a short jog around your immediate vicinity, a slow, deliberate stretch, coordinated with deep cleansing breaths. These appear on the surface to be small, insignificant physical movements. But implemented consistently, they collectively create a powerfully positive shift within your physiological and psychological state. They send a resounding message to your central nervous system, the fundamental conductor of your state. We are not passive victims today, subject to the whims of circumstance. We are active builders proactively shaping our reality. When you consciously choose to wake up your physical body in the morning, intentionally engaging it with mindful movement, you are simultaneously and profoundly awakening your deep-seated inner will, your intrinsic capacity for determined, directed action. You are no longer being led, pulled along reactively by the lingering lethargy of sleep's inertia, or the heavy gravitational weight of yesterday's unproductive thoughts and challenges. You are now firmly and proactively being led by your crystal-clear intention, consciously and powerfully, anchored in present moment, intentional physical motion. Your physiology. The fundamental state of your physical body demonstrably affects your psychology, the state of your mind and emotions. This is not complex theory, it is applied biology. When your physical posture shifts from slumped and defensive to upright and open, your fundamental mindset begins to follow, adopting a posture of confidence. When your breath deepens and becomes steady and controlled, your mental focus sharpens and becomes more clear. Consider the truly great men and women throughout history who achieved monumental feats through persistent action. They did not simply sit idly by waiting for perfect clarity to appear out of thin air or ideal circumstances to manifest before they moved forward. No, they consistently moved. They lifted, they walked, they physically stood tall with conviction and embodied their power. Conscious movement was their constant companion, not merely as physical exercise, but as an intrinsic vital part of their embodied spirit's readiness and intention. Warriors physically warmed up and prepared their bodies before entering the demanding intensity of battle. Artists, musicians, and performers paced or engaged in physical rituals before facing their audiences, channeling nervous energy into readiness. Leaders, strategists, and thinkers walked the floor of their offices or conference rooms before making critical decisions, finding mental clarity in physical rhythm. This wasn't random chance or coincidence in their approach. This was a conscious, powerful, and deliberate choice embedded in their process. The inherent beauty and accessibility of conscious morning movement lie precisely in its deceptive simplicity. You fundamentally do not need access to a fancy gym-specialized equipment or hours of dedicated time. You need only a conscious, firm decision to engage and a sincere willingness to stand up, to stretch, to engage your physical form with conscious intention. Just 5 brief minutes of deliberate, intentional physical motion each and every morning possess the astonishing potential to literally alter your brain chemistry, positively shift your fundamental attitude, and fundamentally improve the entire quality and direction of your day. It actively and powerfully breaks the pervasive spell of inertia that tries to keep you stuck and lethargic, and demonstrably replaces it with the dynamic force of intrinsic generated fire and aliveness. And this essential truth, so simple in its nature, is the one most consistently overlooked and undervalued by the vast majority of people. Inertia, that comfort-seeking resistance, is indeed a clever thief. It cunningly robs you of the vibrant potential embedded within the present moment by keeping your mind and body feeling numb, disconnected, and passive. But motion. Conscious, intentional movement in the morning. Motion is a vital, life-giving messenger. It consistently delivers undeniable physical strength to your very bones and undeniable mental and emotional courage to your heart, grounding you in physical reality while lifting your spirit. It serves as a powerful biological reminder that you are not physically and mentally here in this moment merely to sit passively by and watch life happen to you from the sidelines of comfortable observation. You are fundamentally here to step into the arena, to consciously engage, and to actively make life happen, shaping it through your effort and intention. So tomorrow, deliberately and intentionally, before the external world makes its seemingly overwhelming demands on your time and energy, make one small, conscious, deliberate physical move. Take 3 deep filling breaths, expanding your chest and grounding your energy. Gently roll your shoulders, releasing stored tension. Walk just a few steps within your home or immediate vicinity, but do so with absolute awareness and presence in your body. This essential morning movement is not, I repeat, not mere exercise done for external vanity or societal approval. This is conscious movement done specifically for self-sovereignty, reclaiming command of your physical form. This is the profound way you reclaim the potential power and direction of your entire day before its formal beginning even commences establishing your intention physically. Because you are not simply waking up a physical body, though it appears that way from the outside, you are courageously, intentionally, and powerfully waking up your deepest inner will, the source of your agency and potential. You are consciously saying through your initial action, "Today I choose to move despite any inertia. I choose to live fully present in this moment. I choose to lead my own path." And from that fundamental first step of embodied intention and purposeful physical motion, the rest of your powerful life miraculously begins to follow, aligning itself with your intentional beginning. Gratitude is the foundational seed, the absolute root source of inherent strength, internal peace, and external abundance. Before the insistent, relentless demands and often overwhelming pressures of the coming day rush in flooding your awareness and attempting to steal your internal peace and centered focus, consciously choose to plant one incredibly powerful, life-affirming seed. The potent, deeply nourishing seed of authentic gratitude. Not the passive, fleeting kind where you merely briefly entertain a pleasant thought for a second before rushing to the next item. No, this is deeply active gratitude, powerful, precisely because it is consciously and consistently embodied, expressed through dedicated writing, articulated clearly through spoken words, and profoundly felt at a deep emotional and physiological level. It is not a weak, sentimental gesture designed for external validation. It is fundamentally a potent, transformative, foundational internal act. It is a conscious, deliberate choice made at the very beginning of your day to anchor yourself and begin from a position of inherent internal strength and conscious appreciation for what is, rather than from the depleted, fear-driven mindset of perceived scarcity, lack, or constant complaint. Because when you consciously choose gratitude as your starting point, when you prioritize it, you simultaneously choose an empowering, expanded perspective. You fundamentally choose a powerful internal state over a reactive one. You decisively choose true inner power over external powerlessness. Every single morning at the dawn's edge, you physically, mentally, and spiritually face a fundamental fork in the road, a primary decision point determining your trajectory. Down one path lies the insidious comfort of complaint, the endless self-perpetuating loop of dwelling on what is perceived as missing, what is felt as wrong with your current circumstances, or bitterly comparing what others apparently have that you believe you do not. This path is well-trodden, but leads only to stagnation and depletion. Down the other, often less traveled path lies the intentional cultivation of genuine gratitude, the sacred intentional recognition of the infinite, simple, foundational blessings that are already undeniably within your immediate reach. The miraculous ability to draw your next breath freely, the fundamental freedom you currently possess, which many do not, the incredible creative capacity of your own unique mind, and the simple, profound privilege of being able to physically rise, to try again, and to consciously choose a different path today than you did yesterday. These essential gifts, foundational to existence itself, are not, I assure you, small, trivial handouts or basic entitlements. They are the undeniable proof, the irrefutable evidence that you are still profoundly alive, that you are actively in the game of life, and that you possess the intrinsic power to consciously shape your reality starting from this very moment. Gratitude, when consistently and actively practiced, is arguably the only internal force capable of performing a unique and powerful dual function simultaneously, humbling you deeply before the vastness of existence and connecting you to something greater than yourself, while also immeasurably strengthening your internal core, building resilience and fortifying your spirit against life's challenges. It physically, mentally, and spiritually grounds you firmly in the tangible reality of the present blessings, helping you see clearly what is already abundant while powerfully lifting your spirit, expanding your perspective, and pointing your awareness consistently towards the boundless realm of future possibility. It serves as a constant, gentle internal reminder that while you may at this precise moment not yet possess everything you think you desperately want or feel entitled to, you most definitely already possess fundamentally everything you consciously need in this present moment to deliberately begin creating, building, and moving towards your desires. And cultivating this mindful mindset grounded in authentic appreciation transforms your internal state profoundly. Within that intentional mindset of gratitude, you inherently become far more resilient, better equipped to bounce back from setbacks, and significantly more resourceful, finding creative solutions using what is available. You consciously stop perpetually asking the draining question, "Why don't I already have more than this?" a question born of scarcity and comparison. Instead, your mental operating system shifts, and you proactively begin asking the infinitely more powerful and solution-oriented question, "How can I intentionally and creatively use the resources and gifts that I demonstrably do have right here, right now, to actively build, contribute, and make a difference in my life and the lives of others?" This fundamental shift in your internal questioning from scarcity-driven why to resource-driven how is not merely theoretical or philosophical. It is genuinely and demonstrably transformational in its tangible impact on your experience of reality. When you consciously and intentionally begin your day by actively rooting yourself in the genuine feeling and practice of gratitude, you are physically and psychologically rewiring the core circuitry of your powerful mind for abundance, connection, and possibility, rather than for threat, lack, or fear. Your brain, that incredibly adaptive organ, proactively begins its unconscious scanning process, seeking out potential opportunities, resources, and positive connections, instead of hyper-focusing solely on potential threats, problems, or losses. It instinctively notices the beauty, the simple blessings, and the potential solutions in your environment and within yourself, instead of exclusively finding fault and magnifying problems. It proactively identifies compelling reasons, both big and small, to actively engage and take intentional action, instead of perpetually generating excuses to hesitate or delay. You literally walk out into the world not as a passive beggar, desperately hoping for a lucky break or favorable circumstances, but as an intentional steward, a mindful caretaker of the countless fundamental blessings that existence has already bestowed upon you simply by virtue of your being. And because of this energetic posture, this internal alignment with appreciation, the external world, reflecting your internal state, miraculously begins to respond in kind, presenting you with more of what you are already appreciating. Make gratitude a deeply embedded, consistent morning ritual. Consciously take a few minutes, perhaps, with a journal to specifically identify and write down, in clear, specific terms, at least 3 things for which you are genuinely grateful in this present moment or in the past day. Don't merely list them quickly as if checking off a task. Instead, pause. Reflect on the specifics of why you are grateful for each item and consciously feel the genuine emotion of appreciation course through your body. Then add another layer of power. Speak these specific expressions of gratitude aloud, using your own voice to verbalize the appreciation. Let your own powerful voice become the echo, the resonant sound of heartfelt appreciation and genuine satisfaction that is robust and strong enough to effectively drown out the relentless noise of internal worry, self-doubt, and external distraction attempting to occupy your mind. This simple yet incredibly potent practice typically takes less than 5 minutes to consciously engage with each morning, but its positive impact, compounding over time, is undeniably profound and demonstrably affects the entire tapestry of your life, in powerful ways, ripples extending far beyond the initial act. It subtly but effectively changes the way you physically carry yourself, the confidence and presence you project to the world through your posture and energy. It changes the way others consciously and unconsciously perceive and interact with you, drawn to your positive energy. Gratitude, authentically felt and expressed, is inherently magnetic. It reliably draws favor from others, fosters deeper connections and meaningful relationships, and most critically, significantly strengthens your core spirit and internal resilience, making you less vulnerable to the emotional swings of external circumstance. The individual who consistently moves through life with active gratitude, intentionally cultivated in their heart and mind, is truly profoundly and intrinsically rich in spirit, radiating an inner abundance that transcends material possessions. And that very internal feeling state, the person who genuinely feels internally rich, who experiences a sense of deep contentment and abundance regardless of their external situation, is demonstrably more likely to naturally and effortlessly attract actual forms of external wealth into their experience. Not just narrow financial wealth, although that can often be a byproduct, but true holistic wealth in the form of deeper, more meaningful relationships, sustainable internal peace, expanded opportunities for growth, and a greater capacity for joy. Gratitude acts as the powerful alchemical key that physically and psychologically unlocks this form of genuine abundance, because the universe itself, in its elegant reflection of what you put out, fundamentally favors those who consciously appreciate, honor, and give thanks for the gifts that it is already providing, both seen and unseen. And when you demonstrate consistently through your conscious practice of appreciation that you are capable of truly honoring, valuing, and wisely managing what you currently possess, however small it may seem, initially, life mirroring your readiness will reliably, generously, and abundantly entrust you with significantly more to experience, to grow with, and to contribute to the world. In the precious, uncluttered space of the morning hours, your mind, newly emerged from sleep, is physically and psychologically at its most pliable and receptive state. Your emotions, before the demands of the day impose their structure, are closer to their raw, unprocessed form. This convergence makes it the absolute perfect time, a unique window of opportunity to intentionally sculpt, shape, and refine the very essence of your soul and the internal structure of your being. Let the consistent, deliberate practice of gratitude be your expert internal sculptor. Instead of rushing, frantically driven by obligation into the demanding, often overwhelming pace of the day, with a heart and mind already burdened by a feeling of tension, worry, or stress, make the conscious choice to deliberately begin with quiet, intentional reflection, gratitude being a primary focus. Before your default impulse drives you to automatically scroll your phone for external updates, before you succumb to checking endless streams of messages from others, demanding your attention, consciously choose, even for just a few minutes, to intentionally return your focus entirely to yourself, to your own internal state and what is present. Ask yourself with genuine curiosity and a posture of appreciation, what is one specific thing, however simple, for which I can authentically feel thankful for right now today? The specific answer, the content of your gratitude list, may indeed change from one day to the next, but the profound positive result of cultivating that internal state of appreciation, enhanced internal strength, greater clarity of thought, and a foundational platform for outward success, demonstrably never changes. When active, conscious gratitude becomes your ingrained default setting, your habitual state of mind and heart first thing in the morning, an elevated sense of internal strength, mental clarity, unwavering purpose, and ultimately, a more expansive version of success reliably follow as natural inherent consequences. You are no longer endlessly, stressfully chasing after a future elusive fulfillment that feels always just out of reach externally, validating you only when certain conditions are met. Instead, you are consciously and consistently embodying that sense of fulfillment and completeness in the present moment through your internal practices. You are no longer passively waiting for some magical, perfect moment or set of external circumstances to finally allow you to be happy or at peace. You are actively choosing to experience it now, today, in this present moment, regardless of external conditions, by focusing on appreciation. And that incredibly powerful choice, deliberately made again and again, every single morning, cultivated into a consistent practice, ultimately becomes a fundamental force of resilience, an inner foundation so robust and formidable that no external hardship, no setback, no challenge that life inevitably throws your way can ever fully overcome its quiet strength or dim its internal light. So consciously and proactively, before the world attempts to tell you through its countless external messages exactly who you should strive to be, take a few minutes to intentionally remind yourself with genuine appreciation of who you already undeniably are at your deepest core. A being inherently capable of profound appreciation, a mind inherently rich with creative thought and valuable ideas, and a soul intrinsically strong and resilient enough to consciously choose internal joy and purposeful action, even in the face of external difficulty. Start with cultivating authentic gratitude. Root yourself in conscious appreciation for the fundamental blessings, and you will soon begin to recognize experientially that almost everything you genuinely desire and seek, deeper peace, greater personal power, clearer intentional purpose, and ultimately a more fulfilling form of success, is already fundamentally available to you and demonstrably within your immediate reach, waiting to be actively acknowledged, cultivated, and utilized. Discipline, often mischaracterized as restriction or constraint, is in truth the masterful architect that builds the enduring framework for genuine, profound freedom. Most individuals mistakenly spend the entirety of their lives chasing after a superficial idea of freedom without ever truly stopping to understand what it, in its truest, deepest, and most empowering form, actually means to be free. They envision freedom primarily as an escape from any semblance of routine, dreaming of casting aside all structure and doing precisely what they spontaneously feel like doing precisely when they feel like doing it, liberated from external demands or internal obligations. But this seductive illusion of unfettered freedom, unmoored from any internal structure or external commitment, is a powerful trap, a shimmering mirage of convenience that quickly and dramatically disappears the very moment you attempt to actually live without conscious boundaries, internal rules, or productive patterns. The core truth is refreshingly simple in its statement, yet monumentally powerful in its application. Genuine, sustainable freedom, the kind that truly expands your possibilities and enhances your life, is not defined by the sheer absence of all structure, external rules, or internal framework. It is instead the direct, inevitable, and earned result of diligent, consistent, and purposeful discipline willingly applied. Real freedom. The deeply empowering kind that allows you to wake up each morning not overwhelmed or aimless, but with crystal-clear mental clarity. The kind that enables you to courageously pursue your deepest, most meaningful purpose without being easily swayed or sidetracked. The kind that permits you to live your life with a sustainable sense of grounded peace, internal presence, and unwavering confidence. Less perturbed by external chaos, that profound form of self-governance is meticulously and progressively forged, shaped, and hardened, not in the crucible of external ease or fleeting inspiration, but precisely through the focused, deliberate repetition of consciously chosen disciplined actions consistently applied over time. And the foundational core, the absolute bedrock of that transformative personal order, doesn't appear magically from nowhere. It actively and powerfully begins with your daily morning hours, the conscious intention you bring to them. Your dedicated morning ritual, whatever specific intentional elements you choose to include within it, is your deeply significant first act of genuine self-respect, a tangible signal that you value your own time, energy, and development. Before the omnipresent, chaotic noise of the external world aggressively invades the tranquil space of your awakening mind, before the multitude of demands, expectations, and urgent needs from others, physically and emotionally, pull you in countless, often conflicting directions, you possess a profoundly sacred, unbreachable window of precious time that belongs entirely and solely to you. What purposeful action you choose to engage with and cultivate during this sacred, guarded segment of time unilaterally determines the very direction, quality, and eventually the fundamental character of the powerful person you are proactively choosing to become. Brick by intentional brick, moment by moment. A strong, consistently applied morning routine, deliberately structured and maintained, is fundamentally not meant to feel like a prison designed to suffocate you or constrain your authentic self-expression. Its core purpose is precisely the opposite. It is purposefully designed to anchor and consistently stabilize you amidst the inherent unpredictability of life. Like the immense, unwavering pillars of a great ancient temple, diligently constructed with care, it reliably holds up the essential architectural framework of your entire day, preventing it from collapsing under the pressure of external demands and internal inconsistencies. Whether you are consistently journaling your core thoughts and deepest feelings consciously, moving your body through some form of intentional exercise, or dedicating a few moments to sitting in quiet reflection or contemplative prayer. These simple yet profound acts are the foundational bricks and essential mortar of genuine self-mastery and purposeful living. You do not make the difficult choice to rise early and engage in deliberate morning practices because it feels physically easy, comfortable, or effortless every single day. If you waited for that feeling, you would rarely start. You rise and engage because it is experientially and intrinsically necessary for your growth and well-being. It is undeniably necessary. As a consistent reminder, a daily affirmation to your deepest self that you, your conscious awareness, your intentional will, your higher self, are resolutely in command, not merely your transient emotions of comfort or discomfort, not your fleeting biological impulses to seek ease, and not the overwhelming external distractions that endlessly vie for your limited attention. When you choose consciously to rise each morning with a clear stated purpose anchored by deliberate ritual, you fundamentally rise not from a state of passive reactivity, but demonstrably into a posture of innate powerful self-possession. Every single time you consistently follow through, demonstrating self-trust on your committed morning actions. Those intentional commitments made by your higher self, you are engaged in something far more profound than just ticking a completed box on a list of tasks. You are at a deep and subtle subconscious level, consistently training and rewiring the powerful, often automatic operating system of your subconscious mind to reliably obey the directives, the commands of your conscious, intentional, higher will. You are through consistent behavioral reinforcement, progressively proving to yourself through tangible action, rather than mere words, that your internal word, your personal commitment, carries significant weight and holds undeniable value. And as this virtuous cycle repeats day after day, week after week, this singular consistent decision, the deliberate choice to act according to your stated intention, especially in the morning, progressively solidifies and effectively becomes an intrinsic part of your core identity, how you define yourself. What may begin as a seemingly simple act of required discipline gradually and reliably evolves through consistent repetition into something far greater and more integrated. It develops into ingrained, almost automatic instinct and deep-seated habit. The constant internal wrestling, the internal war within your mind between the conscious intention to act purposefully and the lower instinctual urge to seek ease or delay, begins to naturally quiet down as new neural pathways of ease are built around the consistent habit. What once felt like it demanded enormous conscious willpower and effort just to initiate the movement now reliably operates on the built-in power and inertia of momentum generated by prior consistent action. The internal battle for dominance between the immediate biological desire for comfort and the overwhelming pull of external distractions no longer dictates the nature or success of your precious morning hours. You have, through intentional practice, fundamentally replaced internal resistance with an inherent sustainable rhythm of deliberate action. This integrated state, this effortless execution, is the fundamental essence of true impactful self-leadership, the ability to govern your own internal state and external behavior. It is not fundamentally about the fleeting presence or absence of initial motivation to start the action. It is demonstrably and powerfully about the process of cultivating profound internal mastery over your own physiology and psychology through consistent action. Authentic leaders are not just spontaneously born fully formed, in a flash of inspiration ready to lead. They are meticulously and diligently built, sculpted internally, precisely within those quiet, often unseen private moments of internal discipline and conscious self-command, when no external eyes are watching or applauding their effort. And the most potent and impactful leaders to walk this earth, the ones who truly affect meaningful change, are those who have diligently learned the most challenging, most rewarding skill of all: how to profoundly, reliably, and consciously lead themselves first, governing their internal state and their external behavior with integrity and intention. Structure willingly chosen and deliberately applied is not fundamentally a limiting prison designed to contain and diminish you. It is correctly understood and implemented an incredibly powerful platform for launching your greatest potential. It is the reliable framework within which you gain and consistently find the invaluable time, the sustained energy, and the crystal-clear clarity necessary to create meaningful work, to purposefully build a better future, to effectively lead yourself and others, and to deeply connect and love authentically. Without self-imposed structure and internal frameworks for purposeful action, your precious energy dissipates, leaks, and is squandered in reactive responses to external chaos. Your focus scatters widely and inefficiently across a million competing demands. You continually wake up feeling scattered and overwhelmed, defaulting to a state of reactive living rather than consciously initiating proactive action. But with consistent structure and intentional design applied to your morning, you don't merely gain back a few moments, you profoundly reclaim the directing power of your entire day, often before the majority of the external world has even fully stirred or begun its reactive rush. This isn't just about efficiency. This is how you actively reclaim the reins of your life. One deliberate morning, one conscious decision at a time. stacking impact upon impact. Do not envy the individual who outwardly appears free, exhibiting an effortless ease, but is in the hidden reality of their daily existence inwardly enslaved and controlled by their own destructive or passive habits, adrift without a compass. Instead, choose to deliberately focus your admiration, direct your aspirations towards the one who, through the consistent application of diligent ritual, internal discipline, and unwavering personal resolve, has courageously, actively, and masterfully turned the apparent constraint of structured discipline into a liberating doorway, a pathway to expanded possibility. Behind that doorway, forged by consistent effort and intentional action, lies not limited freedom, but true, authentic freedom. The profound kind of internal liberation that actively and powerfully empowers you to purposefully build your enduring legacy, to consciously shape the direction and outcome of your future, and to serve others from a position of deep internal strength, profound clarity, and abundant generative energy. So consciously choose to build your mornings deliberately and with deeply embedded intention, not solely because you perceive it as an external obligation or burden, but because the greater, more capable, more actualized future version of yourself is absolutely depending upon your consistent commitment and intentional action today. Because your most deeply held dreams and highest aspirations are far, far too inherently important, too fragile and potent to be casually left to the unpredictable whims of chance or mere external opportunity. Because your authentic purpose, your unique contribution demonstrably deserves the absolute best of your dedicated time and freshest energy, rather than receiving only the exhausted, depleted leftovers of your attention and effort after reacting to everyone else's demands. Discipline consistently applied to intentional actions is the fundamental architect that physically, mentally, and spiritually builds the enduring structure of a life lived on purpose. And within that intentionally built fortified structure, established each morning, you become experientially free. Not just free to merely exist and drift, but actively free to live profoundly well, according to your highest values. Not just free to sporadically succeed by luck or circumstance, but actively free to develop into a relentless, resourceful force that is ultimately genuinely unstoppably empowered. This is demonstrably and undeniably how genuine greatness authentically begins, not unpredictably, within the random chaos of chance occurrences, but rather powerfully, quietly, and consistently, within the deliberate, intentional commitment cultivated every morning first within yourself. Faith begins courageously in the very first step taken in the act of committing, not passively waiting for certainty to appear or holding out for the final result to be undeniably proven or externally guaranteed before moving forward. In the profound silence and nascent light of the morning hours, just before the day's inevitable noise begins to impinge doubt, that quiet, persistent internal critic often speaks its most insistent message, subtly amplifying its insidious whispers. In the relative absence of external confirmation or external action, it stealthily creeps into the edges of your awareness even before the external world has fully awakened and presented its distractions insidiously, whispering variations of paralyzing questions. What if this effort doesn't truly work despite my consistency? What if all your diligent effort, all your daily sacrifice and intention is ultimately going to be entirely in vain, failing to produce the desired outcome? But you must actively recognize and deeply understand this crucial reality, this shared truth that transcends individual experience. Every single individual who ever authentically accomplished anything genuinely great, anything truly impactful or transformative, in the annals of human history, fundamentally began their journey, precisely like you may be feeling, now rooted and starting within that very same environment of internal silence and external uncertainty. They too, just like you, experientially heard those unsettling whispers of doubt, questioning their capability and their chosen path. They too stared out into an unknown, often intimidating future landscape with no guaranteed outcomes or illuminated signposts indicating definite success. And yet they consistently and determinedly moved forward anyway, not because they miraculously possessed perfect certainty of success, not because the path ahead was magically fully lit with guarantees from beginning to end, but precisely and powerfully, because they consciously, courageously, and repeatedly chose faith, over paralyzing fear, over the demand for proof. Faith, when understood and applied as an active force, is not a fleeting or nebulous feeling state, something you passively wait to wash over you like inspiration. It is fundamentally a deliberate, decisive, and profoundly powerful decision, a conscious and intentional act of proactive defiance, an assertion of inner will chosen squarely against the seemingly limiting boundaries imposed by tangible current evidence or rational calculation based only on what is right now. It is the bold internal declaration that resonates with unwavering conviction and quiet certainty. I do not require irrefutable present proof or external certainty to commence this journey, to initiate this action. I only fundamentally need belief, my inner conviction in the possibility and the process. The undeniable achievers throughout human history did not procrastinate or hold back, waiting passively for convenient external guarantees of success to materialize before they committed fully. They took decisive, often difficult action, precisely when the desired results were still entirely unseen, when the validating applause was completely absent from external ears, and when the final outcome was fundamentally unclear, veiled in the uncertainty of the future. They courageously actively planted potent seeds of effort, consistency, and intention directly into soil, the conditions of which they could not yet physically visually see, fully sprouting forth with promised results. That foundational act of choosing consistent effort and belief over requiring immediate proof is, at its absolute core, the authentic, unadulterated essence of living a life of proactive faith. Every single deliberate morning ritual, you consciously commit yourself to each small yet significant act of internal discipline. Every word consciously journaled on paper, expressing your thoughts and intentions. Every physical repetition performed during your chosen form of exercise. Every dedicated minute, consciously spent in quiet focus, meditation, or mindful contemplation. Each of these seemingly small intentional practices is fundamentally a courageous, daily leap of proactive faith in your future self and your unfolding path. Not because these specific actions guarantee you undeniable external visible results or recognition. Today, in this single moment, they may or may not, but because each act, each repetition, each moment of stillness is powerfully and precisely aligning you physically, mentally, and energetically with the greater, more expansive, more actualized future possibility. A potential destiny that only your courageous internal spirit and your intuitive inner wisdom can currently and often dimly envision or truly believe is possible for you. You do not, the courageous, understand, commit to intentional action and consistent discipline in the morning, primarily because the eventual achievement of success is already undeniably promised to you like a guaranteed reward handed over easily. No, you consistently choose to act, to engage, and to put forth the disciplined effort precisely because genuine, meaningful success is at its root effectively commanded into being. Not by external permission or random chance, but by the inherent power of your own unwavering internal belief, by the undeniable force generated through your persistent, consistent daily effort, and fundamentally by your clear, repeatable decision to physically and mentally show up, to step into the arena of creation, especially when no one else will, when the world is still asleep and quiet, when comfort is the easier path. Faith, when truly embodied as a daily practice, is far from being blind obedience to an unproven idea. On the contrary, when viewed through the lens of authentic self-trust and belief in one's potential, it sees with profound clarity precisely what the vast majority of people overlook or dismiss. It sees the invisible blueprint, the undeniable potential, the inherent capability etched deeply within the architecture of the human soul. Authentic faith, actively cultivated, operates from a position of embodied conviction that powerfully says, though the external evidence confirming my desired outcome may currently be absent from the observable world, the internal vision for what is possible is profoundly, vividly present within my mind and heart. Though I may presently walk through challenging shadows of uncertainty, navigating a path not yet clearly lit, I nevertheless choose to implicitly and deeply trust the solidity and readiness of the ground intentionally built beneath my very feet, forged by my daily disciplined steps. When you make the conscious decision to begin your day intentionally anchored by deliberate rituals, moments of quiet focus, mindful movement, reflective journaling, or intentional affirmations, you are not just passively preparing the physical vessel of your body for the demands ahead. You are simultaneously and profoundly awakening the foundational spark of belief and inner conviction residing deep within your being. You are actively, diligently, and repetitively shaping your incredibly powerful mind, training its internal programming to willingly obey a higher internal order. The directives, the clear instructions issuing forth from your most capable and visionary higher self. You are confidently and clearly declaring to the force of life itself, with calm certainty, I may not yet perceive or physically see the tangible fruit of my efforts, or the harvest of my labor in this precise moment, but I am fundamentally committing myself to proactively till the soil of my life today. I will faithfully water the deep-seated roots of my purpose and potential today. And come what may, rain or shine, seen or unseen, I will definitively show up, fully, deliberately, and consistently to the process. This fundamental act of consistent commitment is the potent alchemical power of active faith set into conscious motion, moving into reality through physical action. It is the deliberate, courageous, and immensely powerful willingness to actively engage with life, as if of the future state, the transformed reality, the purposeful achievement that you most deeply desire is already in transit, already profoundly on its way to manifesting within your reality, provided you stay on the path. And every intentional step you consciously choose to take, every seemingly small discipline you courageously choose to honor, every conscious effort you make, in the often quiet, unseen hours of the dawn, doesn't dissipate into meaninglessness. Instead, each action reliably echoes outward, resounding across the landscape of your reality, and subtly throughout the interconnected universe, functioning as a powerful signal, an unmistakable frequency, radiating your deep-seated readiness to step into your greater potential and accept what life has to offer those who are prepared. You are not simply sitting by passively hoping or waiting indefinitely to be randomly chosen by circumstance or external validation. Through your conscious commitment to intentional action, in the quiet hours, you are definitively and proactively choosing yourself, declaring your own readiness to rise to the occasion. And life, this responsive feedback system we inhabit, hears that declaration. It fundamentally listens. It reliably hears the confident, consistent, purpose-driven footsteps of the faithful individuals who are actively showing up and walking their talk. It unmistakably recognizes, honors, and eventually rewards the man or woman who possesses the courage, the conviction, and the relentless intention to diligently build their life, pursue their vision, and express their purpose, without requiring external permission or constant validation to begin. And over time, honoring their commitment, it demonstrates its reciprocal response by proactively beginning to move mountains, removing obstacles, creating opportunities, and aligning circumstances, specifically to meet them halfway, supporting their determined forward motion. Authentic. Lived faith is undeniably the enduring engine that powerfully drives every single genuinely great endeavor ever undertaken by humankind. It is not merely a fragile wish or a fleeting hope expressed passively in the wind, left to chance for its fulfillment. It is instead a deeply held conviction that crystallizes into an undeniable, personal, internal command. It speaks with resolute clarity and unwavering internal authority, declaring to oneself, "I will intentionally go forward step by intentional step," whether the path ahead is clearly illuminated and obvious, or whether it remains uncertain, obscured, and challenging. I will consistently, diligently work, commit to the process, and put forth the necessary effort, whether the external results of my labor are immediately seen and validated, or whether they are delayed, requiring patience and trust in the unfolding process. So when the morning air feels heavy with the weight of potential doubt, or when internal whispers of uncertainty threaten to paralyze you, remember this profound truth shared by all who achieve greatly. You are absolutely not alone in facing these internal resistances. Every champion who ever stood atop a podium of accomplishment, every legendary figure who shaped the course of history, once stood precisely where you stand now, wrestling with similar internal questions and external uncertainties. What ultimately and powerfully separated them from the masses who remained stuck was not an inherent absence of doubt or perfect certainty of success at the beginning. It was their unwavering, courageous refusal to surrender to the debilitating internal silence of inaction dictated by fear. Instead of being frozen or completely paralyzed by the vast, intimidating landscape of the unknown future, they made a powerful, conscious choice. They deliberately and methodically created robust internal structure, implementing purposeful systems and consistent practices, giving their lives direction and order in the face of external chaos. Instead of crippling themselves with fear over the temporary absence of visible, tangible results, they consistently and bravely honored the powerful internal presence and compelling clarity of their defined purpose and overarching mission, finding internal strength there. Therefore, make your deliberate morning ritual far more than a task. Allow it to fundamentally become your clear daily declaration of intention, your consistent internal practice, your unwavering daily act of authentic, proactive faith, demonstrated through intentional action. You don't need loud external applause from the crowds gathered. You don't require undeniable scientific proof laid out neatly before you start moving. You only fundamentally need the cultivated internal will, the self-command, the decision to consciously rise and to deliberately act, bringing intention into physical form even if that action feels small initially. Faith, when lived and embodied, is never definitively proven before the demanding journey commences or the challenging battle begins. It is consistently, reliably, and progressively proven throughout the unfolding process of the journey itself, forged in the heat of applying conscious effort over time, day after day. So rise courageously and consistently, even when the external conditions feel dark and resistant to your movement. Work diligently, apply intentional effort, even when no external eyes are witnessing your struggle and your progress. Speak life, hope, and possibility actively over your goals and declared intentions, nurturing their potential, even when they currently seem incredibly distant and perhaps unattainable based on the immediate facts. And one day, inevitably, when the harvest of your consistent intentional effort eventually comes forth in undeniable visible results, you will not be completely surprised or shocked by the abundance that has manifested. Why? Because long before the external world fully believed in you, long before anyone else witnessed your process and validated your potential, you courageously, proactively, and consistently believed in yourself, through your daily intentional practice starting each morning. This is the subtle, often unseen but profoundly powerful impact of intentionally choosing active faith cultivated in the morning hours. It does not offer empty promises of external ease or guaranteeing an absence of challenges ahead on your path, for life itself contains inherent difficulties. But it absolutely undeniably guarantees conscious motion, deliberate progress, and a consistent internal alignment with your chosen path. It doesn't promise automatic immediate external applause or instant widespread recognition, but it unfailingly promises genuine personal growth, cultivated from within, expanded capability, and the undeniable inner strength forged through consistent intentional action despite circumstances. So actively choose to act, step into your power, and then choose to act again, applying repetition. And deliberately allow each and every morning through your chosen intentional practices to become your dedicated internal temple of trust, a sacred protected space for fortifying belief, and your conscious unwavering appointment with the intentional direction of your greater destiny. Because those who intentionally embody and practice genuine faith in their journey are never truly fundamentally alone on their path. They are simply, by definition of their courage, among the very first, the intentional pioneers to consciously step onto and illuminate a path in the dark that over time, as they forge the way, the rest of the world will inevitably and reliably follow. Silence in a world aggressively saturated and often overwhelmed by the relentless, unending assault of noise is not merely the absence of sound. It is paradoxically the potent and commanding language most consistently spoken and profoundly understood by the truly strong, those individuals who possess inner fortitude and focused intent. In a global culture addicted to the constant external stimulation of noise, perpetually craving the next alert, the next headline, the next notification, consciously choosing moments of profound silence in your morning is not an act of passivity or disengagement. It is rather an inherently revolutionary, countercultural, and powerfully disruptive act of self-reclamation. Every incessant beep, every buzzing vibration, every flashing notification demanding attention, every clickbait headline strategically crafted to exploit your curiosity. Each is specifically, often nefariously designed to capture your immediate precious attention and, fundamentally, along with that attention, subtly seize control of your inherent personal power and energy, diverting it externally. From the very moment your eyes reluctantly or eagerly open to the dawn's light, the external world aggressively rushes in, flooding your mental space with its predefined opinions, its endless imposed expectations, its myriad demands, and a constant barrage of distractions. But here lies the fundamental question, the clarifying filter you must courageously and honestly ask yourself, especially in the initial minutes of your awakening. Whose voice, whose dominant message, whose agenda will be permitted to proactively shape, define, and ultimately command the quality, direction, and energy of your valuable day-to-day? Yours intentionally curated from within, or theirs aggressively imposed from without? The most courageously empowering act you can deliberately choose to perform day after purposeful day in the crucial formulative hours of the morning is to consciously embrace and wholeheartedly welcome intentional silence, not perceiving it as a fearful retreat from reality or responsibility, but as a profound personal revolution against the forces of external chaos. Because intentional silence entered into with purpose is fundamentally not empty, as many superficial experiences might be. It is experientially and profoundly remarkably full, brimming over with untapped potential, filled with crystal-clear cognitive clarity, and resonant with the undeniable truth of your own deepest internal wisdom. It is the foundational space, the fertile ground where authentic personal power reliably gathers itself, solidifies, and concentrates, and demonstrably where your most important internal battles, battles against doubt, against fear, against inertia, against external distraction, are decisively won or skillfully circumvented, rendering them harmless often before the actual external skirmishes have even fully commenced or presented themselves. The external world, with its pervasive focus on visible metrics and outward displays of strength, has systematically conditioned and often subtly taught you that genuine strength is typically loud, attention-grabbing, highly visible, and outwardly dominant, expressed through external achievement or aggressive competition. But authentic internal strength is something entirely different. It is deeply focused, deliberately channeled, and purposefully applied to what matters most. It does not thoughtlessly squander or dissipate its precious finite energy by attempting to push simultaneously in every direction, reacting to everything at once. It fundamentally does not require external visibility, validation, or acknowledgement to be undeniably real and profoundly effective in its influence. Like an expertly sharpened blade poised awaiting its purposeful task, or a precisely loaded bowstring pulled taut, held in readiness, anticipating the clear flight of the arrow towards its intended mark. Authentic internal strength waits, quiet, patient, and undeniably ready, its intention laser-focused, poised for deliberate release towards a specific target. When you consciously make the choice, morning after intentional morning, to begin your day intentionally rooted in silence, you are consciously and proactively building an internal fortress of focus and resilience around your precious, impressionable mind. You are sending a clear internal message of control and priority, a powerful declaration to the often demanding external world. You may indeed have my attention and energy later today, after my internal alignment and strategic plan is solidified, but decisively, not right now. Not during this sacred time reserved for intentional connection and creation. The first crucial hour, that deliberately guarded time at the very start of your day, is genuinely sacred ground reserved for architecting your inner world. It sets the primary tone, the energetic vibration, and the foundational operating rhythm for literally everything external and internal that faithfully follows throughout the duration of the day. And if you can courageously, consistently, and successfully defend that invaluable hour from the perpetual invasion and pervasive assault of external noise, superficial demands, and reactive stimuli, you grant yourself, through that powerful act of self-governance, a truly transformative internal gift. A gift that no external circumstance or individual can possibly offer or replicate for you, the profound gift of crystal-clear, undeniable mental clarity. Genuine clarity of thought, internal focus, and certainty of direction is not, as many mistakenly believe, automatically found by passively immersing yourself in the external chaos or desperately trying to make sense of swirling complexity from within it. No, authentic, powerful clarity is purposefully and painstakingly forged and refined in the focused, quiet intensity, cultivated precisely within the intentional stillness and disciplined moments of internal peace you consciously carve out each day. In the embracing presence of self-imposed intentional silence, removed from the relentless external din, you begin to, with consistency, experientially hear the much subtler, more authentic voice of your own inherent truth and inner knowing again. Not merely the shallow, transient echo of societal expectations and external cultural pressures, not merely the reactive chorus of external comparison and external validation seeking, but the deep-seated, clear, unequivocal whisper of your own core conviction, your authentic truth, and your unique sense of purpose. That inner whisper, quiet as it may seem, is not lost. It experientially knows your truest purpose. That whisper intuitively knows your critical next step on your authentic path, even when your conscious mind feels uncertain. Make intentional silence your deliberate, chosen ally, a trusted partner in your daily growth. Consciously and consistently, sit within its welcoming stillness, embracing the potential discomfort it may initially present, especially indeed, precisely, when it feels most unfamiliar or deeply uncomfortable to your habitual self. Why? Because in that very edge of conscious discomfort encountered within intentional silence lies the potent doorway leading directly towards mastery, toward building true internal resilience and cognitive control. To deliberately choose profound silence, even if only for a few dedicated minutes, when the external world is frantically screaming for your immediate attention, your quick reaction, your reactive energy, and your finite time is fundamentally not an indication of weakness, avoidance, or vulnerability. It is viewed through the lens of higher awareness and conscious choice, the embodiment of profound internal wisdom and powerful intentional self-governance. This deliberate practice of consciously embracing stillness and creating intentional silence in your morning is how you systematically build robust internal mental strength, developing the cognitive and emotional muscle to focus and resist external pressures. This is experientially how you intentionally walk into the potentially demanding environment of your day, physically present with a clear mind, internally grounded, and emotionally fortified, with a full heart capable of engaging powerfully and effectively. Not by constantly and reactively responding to every fleeting external impulse or urgent notification, thereby relinquishing control, but by proactively, deliberately, and consistently choosing what specific external stimuli are consciously allowed to enter your highly impressionable mind. What internal fuel you consciously select to power and nourish your unique spirit and energetic state, and fundamentally, what core values and intentions you will permit to definitively drive your most important intentional actions and decisions throughout the day. Begin actively building this capacity for silence with just 5 intentional minutes each morning. Then, as your capacity and comfort level grows, gradually stretch that deliberate period to 10 minutes, then to 20, progressively deepening your practice over time. Consciously allow intentional silence to systematically and reliably become your dedicated internal sanctuary, a protected go-to space for centering and clarity. Breathe deeply, filling your lungs with life force, rooting yourself in the present moment. Gently watch the flow of thoughts passing through your mind, but do so with kind, non-judgmental awareness, observing them rather than being swept away by them. Listen intentionally within that quiet space, not for external noise or reactive thoughts, but specifically for internal alignment, for congruence between your stated intentions and your authentic inner wisdom. When the external world inevitably attempts with its persistent force to rush into your consciousness with demanding obligations, doubt-inducing scenarios, and endless superficial distractions, you will be internally prepared and fundamentally ready to meet these challenges with grounded composure. Because you began your day firmly anchored, intentionally connected to your internal core, rather than feeling reactive, unmoored, or simply adrift in the current of external events. Because you consciously and consistently chose to experientially hear, validate, and align with your own profound internal truth and deepest priorities before the external world was given the unchallenged opportunity to loudly try to sell you its fleeting version of external reality, often built on superficiality and fear. And that conscious internal choice, made diligently each morning, transforms absolutely everything about your capacity to navigate and engage with the day, empowering you profoundly. With intentional silence as your trusted morning companion, consistently present and intentionally cultivated, your crucial daily decisions become noticeably sharper, infused with greater clarity and alignment. Your emotions, influenced by this grounding, become significantly steadier, less susceptible to being easily swayed or hijacked by external triggers. Your fundamental presence, how you show up and interact with the world, becomes demonstrably more powerful and impactful. You actively and intentionally carry an internal sense of centered stillness into the midst of external chaos and unpredictable events. You fundamentally become the calm presence from which wise action emanates, strategically situated right within the center of the external storm. In a hyperstimulated world that aggressively seeks to relentlessly claim, capture, and consume your limited attention from countless external sources, make the powerful countercultural choice to give that precious attention first generously and consistently to yourself, to your inner state, to your intentional process. And when you consistently choose to operate and take purposeful action from that internally centered place rooted in self-possession, you will experientially find to your great potential and profound benefit that every single action you consciously choose to take, big or small, flowing from that intentional internal alignment, is significantly stronger in its execution, purer in its intention, and demonstrably more perfectly aligned with the intentional life you were authentically meant and have chosen to proactively lead. Write your future before the day inadvertently writes you, dictating your experience through reactiveness. What deliberate actions you consciously choose to engage in during the first truly intentional 30 minutes of your waking hours is far more than just a mechanical or arbitrary routine. It is fundamentally a powerful self-fulfilling prophecy actively spoken into being. It serves as a direct forecast, setting the primary quality, defining the specific direction, and determining the essential underlying strength that will pervade and influence the entire trajectory of your upcoming day. Rise from sleep without a consciously defined intentional purpose, merely succumbing to inertia or external pressures, and you are almost guaranteed to drift passively susceptible to whatever current external forces exert their influence upon you. Rise, however, deliberately, consciously, and powerfully infused with cultivated clarity and a clearly articulated intention, and you proactively position yourself to lead your own experience, guiding its unfolding. The profound defining difference between a reactive day, controlled by external events and urgent demands, and a powerful day consciously crafted and proactively directed by you lies almost entirely in how you consciously choose to decisively begin that day. If you passively choose to rise from sleep aimlessly, lacking a predefined intentional structure or specific goal, you are consciously opening the primary door wide open to the forces of external chaos and reactive living, explicitly inviting them in to govern your experience. The world, sensing this lack of internal direction and central gravity, will predictably pull you energetically in countless disparate conflicting directions, fragmenting your focus and scattering your valuable energy across trivialities. But if you make the empowered choice to rise and immediately engage in the purposeful act of writing, consciously writing down a deliberate plan, clarifying a primary purpose for the day, reaffirming a powerful promise to yourself about the person you intend to embody, you proactively seize the essential directing pen, grasping agency, and courageously declare, both to yourself and the external reality, you are co-creating. I am not merely a passive character reacting to circumstances in the narrative of my life. I am the active intentional author confidently writing my own story. The simple foundational act of deliberate writing is exponentially more potent and meaningful than merely placing isolated words onto a blank page in a random pattern. It is fundamentally and experientially the powerful, ancient, and profoundly effective act of actively giving tangible physical form, shape, and substance to the formless, bringing the intangible into the realm of observable reality. Fleeting thoughts swirling in your mind, abstract dreams residing in the realm of imagination, and nascent intentions subtly stirring within your consciousness. These abstract internal experiences become remarkably tangible, capable of being interacted with in the physical world once they transition from the invisible realm of the mind directly into the visible, concrete reality of ink physically placed on paper. And from that grounded, tangible form, they possess significantly increased potential to directly inform, motivate, and transform themselves powerfully into intentional action, executed in the physical world. Therefore, consciously take a pen in hand each morning and definitively, courageously declare your core intention for the day, solidifying it through the act of inscription. Do not passively wait indefinitely for fleeting inspiration to somehow mysteriously arrive and empower you. Take active command and demand it into being through focused intention and the discipline of starting. Courageously write down clearly and succinctly what matters most deeply to you in this present moment. It might be defining a single powerful goal for the day, something you commit to moving closer to. It might be naming and intentionally choosing a core feeling state you deliberately wish to carry with you, actively embodying throughout the duration of your day, perhaps radiating sincere gratitude, cultivating unwavering confidence, or maintaining a deep, calm sense of internal peace. It might be concisely listing a series of simple, conscious, high-leverage actions that reliably pull you closer to aligning with your most authentic higher self and actualizing your greater potential. But whatever specific form it takes, however brief or lengthy the inscription, consciously commit to actively writing it down. Writing physically, inscribing thought into form, is the concrete, tangible expression of powerful internal commitment. It is undeniably the crucial first intentional step, transitioning powerfully from an abstract dream, a fleeting idea existing only in thought, directly to consistent discipline, demonstrated through physical action, grounding the intangible. When you consciously and intentionally write something meaningful down on paper, you fundamentally begin the profound process of taking full personal ownership and conscious responsibility for that idea or intention. You effectively give it defined shape, crystallizing its form. You lend it physical and mental weight, giving it gravitas and substance in the physical world. And crucially, through the act of manifestation on the page, you definitively give it life, elevating it from a mere thought to a potential reality waiting to be created. The written word itself possesses an intrinsic quiet but undeniable power that has shaped civilizations and individual destinies for millennia. Do not ever underestimate this potent tool. It has the profound capacity to methodically crystallize thought, transforming nebulous internal landscapes into sharp focus. It effectively eliminates the confusing fog of indecision, leaving clear choices. It powerfully reveals to you, often surprising yourself with its clarity, what values you truly authentically cherish and hold most important at your core. And most profoundly, when recorded and reaffirmed, it serves as a consistent, unwavering internal anchor, securing your intention amidst the inherent uncertainty and often turbulent currents of the external world. Your deliberately written intention becomes your reliable internal compass, a trusted guide when the path ahead feels obscured. Every great empire, every enduring organization, every significant human endeavor throughout history began fundamentally with a clearly articulated vision. And every vision, no matter its eventual scale, began initially with someone brave, insightful, and resolute enough to translate that abstract vision and commit it physically into a written form, making it tangible. Whether that foundational vision was etched carefully on parchment, scratched hastily, but powerfully into a rugged personal journal, or meticulously typed onto a clean digital page, those written words were elevated from mere ideas to become the living, breathing, detailed blueprint, the strategic roadmap for potential greatness yet to be actualized. When you consciously engage in this practice of writing in the morning, you are consciously communicating a clear, strong, intentional message to the encompassing universe, and crucially to your own internal operating system. I am intentionally not present here in this moment, merely to wander aimlessly through life without direction or purpose. I am definitively here to actively build, to create, to contribute something of meaning. This fundamentally transformative practice does not demand that you invest countless hours of your day or dedicate long, drawn-out periods to its execution. It fundamentally doesn't demand external perfection in form or content from its outset. Messy, imperfect honesty on the page is perfectly acceptable, often more powerful. All it sincerely asks is for your conscious intentional presence and your sincere willingness to engage. Show up to the page even when you don't feel like it. Physically put your pen, the instrument of your will, to the waiting paper. Make the conscious effort to capture the initial thought, the authentic insight, the deep stirring within your soul, solidifying its ephemeral form before it is mercilessly diluted, fractured, and ultimately drowned out entirely by the pervasive, overwhelming, distracting noise and ceaseless demands of the encroaching day. Commit diligently to actively engaging in this practice daily, making it a non-negotiable cornerstone of your morning ritual, and you will over time bear witness to the astonishing phenomenon of your entire life, beginning quite literally to actively organize itself demonstrably and synergistically around the gravitational pull and intentional direction of your deliberately written intentions. Unexpected opportunities aligned with your stated purpose will magically appear and reveal themselves where only mental confusion and a lack of clarity once existed. Momentum, that dynamic force multiplier, will naturally and reliably begin to gather its speed and force, where debilitating stagnation, inertia, and indecision once frustratingly ruled your actions. Because intentional clear clarity is demonstrably powerful in its capacity to direct energy and action, and the disciplined act of conscious writing is an incredibly effective tool, perhaps one of the most potent, for rapidly bringing that vital clarity into being, anchoring it physically and mentally. So actively choose to write every morning. Do not undertake this practice for the external approval or potential praise of others, for it loses its intrinsic power when validation becomes the primary motivation. Do not write for the purpose of seeking external recognition or demonstrating superficial discipline to the world. Instead, fundamentally and courageously write for yourself, for the intentional person you are proactively choosing to become day by disciplined day through consistent effort. Write for the meaningful future you are actively and diligently forging through your present choices and actions. Let your honest morning words, etched or typed with intention, function reliably as your core internal map guiding your path forward. Let them consistently remind you powerfully, unequivocally, who you fundamentally are at your core, what specific goals and intentions you most sincerely desire to bring into reality from the deepest reservoirs of your being, and crucially, what tangible actions absolutely must be taken right here, right now, today, to move you significantly closer to those aspirations. A single powerful sentence concisely articulated and committed to the page possesses the capacity to spark a foundational breakthrough in thinking. One deliberately filled page can quite literally change the entire trajectory and direction of your unfolding journey. Do not under any circumstances diminish or underestimate the sacred, potent, and inherently transformative power embedded within the intentionally written word, consciously chosen and consistently applied. It is ultimately the incredibly reliable bridge, the tangible connection point, situated precisely between the realm of your limitless internal imagination and the capacity for powerful intentional execution in the physical world. Make the empowered choice to rise from sleep. Take agency and write your intentional reality, because today, consciously directed by you, your desired future definitively begins manifesting. Step by intentional step, one consciously written word, one focused thought at a time. Your physical environment is your invisible hand, a powerful, often subtle force that consistently influences your state, shaping your mood, your thoughts, and your energy, usually without your conscious awareness. The very first specific things that your eyes visibly perceive and your ears acoustically hear in the first vulnerable minutes of your awakening, even before you fully transition to conscious awareness, play a disproportionately significant role in reliably setting the fundamental energetic tone and establishing the core mental and emotional rhythm for your entire upcoming day. Before your very first coherent thought has even had the opportunity to fully form itself consciously in your mind, your immediate physical environment has already actively commenced its profound process of subconsciously shaping your mindset, influencing your state, and setting the initial context for your day's experience. Whether you instinctively feel internally rushed, or profoundly calm, chaotic, or purposefully centered, fiercely determined, or regrettably distracted as you begin your day, it often boils down directly to the subtle, ambient influence of what specifically surrounds you in those critical first moments of awareness. A cluttered, disorganized physical space almost inevitably corresponds to scattered, unfocused thoughts and dispersed internal energy. Conversely, a clean, well-organized physical space reliably fosters a clear mind, facilitates focus, and encourages directed energy. This principle, rooted in the intricate feedback loop between external space and internal state, is not merely abstract theory. It is applied neuroassociation, the observable connection between your environment and your internal operating system. Your brain, highly adaptable and constantly learning, creates automatic internal links between specific physical environments and your past associated experiences and resulting emotional states within those spaces. If the primary physical space you inhabit upon waking, your bedroom, is persistently messy, cluttered, and visually chaotic, your fundamental internal energy levels, your focus, and your emotional state will almost unconsciously tend to mirror that pervasive sense of external disorder, lacking clear direction and efficiency. If your immediate environment consistently and subtly pulls your energy down, drains your focus, or makes it harder to initiate action, no amount of diligently performed morning ritual can consistently lift your internal state or sustain elevated energy for extended periods. You might succeed in meditating for clarity, journaling for intention, or exercising for energy within that space, for a set time. But if you must immediately return afterwards to a physical space, fundamentally filled with visible, tangible chaos, disorganization, or lack of intentional design, your hard-won energy, focus, and calm state will likely be quickly depleted and dissipated. Your physical surroundings either intentionally invite operational excellence, support focused intention, and encourage clear execution, or they subtly yet reliably breed distraction, foster inaction, and drain vital energy. They are never genuinely neutral forces in shaping your experience, acting without effect. Therefore, make it a conscious, deliberate priority to actively design and engineer your morning physical environment with intentional care and forethought, treating it as a vital support system for your desired habits and state. Strategically place your dedicated morning journal and preferred writing tool conveniently within immediate reach, perhaps right next to your bed or in a clearly visible spot. Make a commitment to yourself the night before to take just a few minutes to thoroughly clean and organize your primary workspace, your desk or table, so that clarity, order, and a welcoming structure consciously greet you alongside the rising sun, setting a positive tone for your work time. Prepare and lay out your designated workout clothes the evening before, thereby skillfully eliminating potential decision fatigue, the need to think or choose in the often willpower-challenged moments of the early morning. Choose deliberately to light a favored candle with an uplifting scent, or intentionally open the window blinds wide immediately upon waking to allow the invigorating natural light to flood your space and your senses. Because physical light is not merely a visual phenomenon. It possesses a powerful and scientifically verified positive psychological and physiological impact on your mood and energy levels. These seemingly minor shifts in physical environmental setup are not in reality trivial details or optional conveniences. They are strategically vital, functioning as powerful internal and external cues, signaling explicitly to your powerful subconscious mind and your external self. We are genuinely serious about our future growth, our purposeful action, and the successful manifestation of our potential today. When your consciously engineered environment actively supports, reinforces, and simplifies your desired intentional habits, those essential habits become significantly more likely to stick, becoming increasingly consistent in their execution. And crucially, when your high-leverage habits become consistently and reliably applied, achieving desired progress becomes exponentially more probable, feeling less like a constant struggle and more like a predictable self-reinforcing process, almost automatic in its reliability. Do not, under any circumstances, underestimate the strategic cascading power of purposeful setup applied the night before. Champions don't merely passively hope to be internally focused, energetically ready, or strategically effective when the demanding pressure is applied. They proactively and methodically prepare to be focused and effective. They intrinsically understand that the fundamental battle, the challenging game of achieving desired results, is very often effectively won or regrettably lost before the actual active competition even begins, or the formal day starts, purely based on the quality of their preparation and intentional approach. And your morning fundamentally and literally is the vital warm-up period, the dedicated preparation time for actively engaging with the challenging yet rewarding game of your life as you intend to live it with purpose and full presence. Every intentional decision, however small, that you consciously choose to make the night before your upcoming day is not merely an arbitrary action. It is a deliberate, powerful message sent directly to the future, more challenged, more fatigued version of yourself. I am actively and proactively looking out for you, strategically supporting you, and fundamentally, I've got your back, having set up the conditions for your potential success tomorrow. When you actively and thoughtfully engineer your physical space with dedicated care and mindful consideration, arranging your environment to support your intentional behaviors, you are effectively and consistently eliminating unnecessary sources of friction, thereby drastically reducing internal resistance and inertia, and skillfully clearing the primary runway, making it as smooth and unobstructed as possible for the effective takeoff of your productive potential the very next morning. A physical environment thoughtfully and purposefully prepared the night before doesn't just passively support the continuation of your already established morning disciplines. Consciously designed well, it actively inspires them, creating an inviting structure. It proactively calls you forward gently but powerfully into action. It reliably reminds you through its silent, tangible presence and purposeful order that you are fundamentally an intentional person living with a clearly defined purpose. A person who consistently chooses the potent force of purposeful intention and proactive planning over the ease-seeking path of automatic reactive impulse and unconscious drift. Therefore, make a conscious, deliberate decision. Do not passively leave your mornings, that crucial period, for self-initiation to chance, to habit without reflection, or to the random imposition of external circumstances. Actively and thoughtfully engineer them, design them from within. Consistently create a physical space, even if it's just a small corner or desktop, that physically reflects and energetically supports your absolute highest possible self, the ideal version of who you genuinely aspire to become. Even if you are still actively on the demanding process of fully stepping into that more actualized identity. Allow your external physical environment deliberately shaped by intention to act as a positive feedback loop, subtly pulling you, influencing you, and progressively aligning you directly into embodying the elevated identity you are intentionally stepping into physically and mentally. Because reliably and inevitably your external physical space, consistently managed and designed with intention, will soon begin to visibly and powerfully mirror the internal structure, clarity, and robust strength you are progressively building and cultivating within yourself. And crucially, once those two powerful realms, your intentionally ordered external space and your intentionally cultivated internal strength, achieve congruence and align powerfully, supporting each other synergistically, then genuinely confidently, there is very little in the external or internal world that possesses the capacity to effectively stop your determined forward momentum or impede the full actualization of your greatest potential. This alignment of inner intention and outer environment working together in concert is precisely and profoundly how powerful sustainable momentum is, systematically built and maintained in life, not exclusively through dramatic, monumental, large-scale gestures or sudden acts of brute willpower alone, but diligently and reliably in the cumulative effect of seemingly small conscious choices thoughtfully made with significant intention, stacked consistently over time, demonstrating conscious effort and prioritizing alignment. Guard your initial most vulnerable thoughts immediately upon waking, as if they were potentially capable of committing an act of internal treason against your own highest well-being, and potential capable of undermining your own conscious efforts from within. This cautionary metaphor holds significant practical truth. The very first thoughts, the internal narrative that you consciously allow to surface or deliberately choose to cultivate and focus upon during the delicate, vulnerable state of early morning, just as consciousness returns, are fundamentally not random occurrences, unbidden and powerless. They function experientially and reliably as powerful direct instructions, setting a primary internal direction, acting as an initial declaration, fundamentally determining how your intricate mind-responsive physical body and intrinsic creative spirit will optimally or suboptimally operate and effectively function for the remainder of your upcoming day. And whatever specific content, positive or negative, intentional or reactive, that you consciously or unconsciously permit to gain entry and significantly influence your mental space during those critical, sensitive early minutes, when your internal defenses are lower and your mind is highly suggestible, comprehensively sets the fundamental tone, the prevailing energetic vibration, not solely for the physical actions you might eventually undertake, but far more importantly, for your underlying state of being, your internal experience of that day. If you choose consciously or unconsciously to begin your day immediately by focusing on external stressors, allowing pervasive fear to infiltrate or centering your attention on a sense of inherent scarcity or lack, there's not enough time, I'm not good enough, things are hard, you are unconsciously and powerfully activating your most basic primitive survival instincts, preparing your entire system for potential threat rather than conscious creation. In this activated state, your central nervous system demonstrably tenses, entering a state of alert vigilance. Your natural breath shallows and becomes quicker, mirroring your internal tension. Your cognitive focus tends to scatter broadly across multiple perceived threats or urgent demands lacking depth and precision. You internally brace yourself physiologically and psychologically for potential external battle, a state of reactive defensiveness, even before you have physically exited the comforting security of your bed or formally engaged with the day's challenges. This constant state of being characterized by internal reactivity rather than conscious action is fundamentally not living fully. It is merely consistently reacting to external circumstances from a state of lower-level threat perception. And critically, if you consciously or passively permit this reactive response pattern to initiate itself and run unchecked, undirected by higher intention, it will predictably and powerfully govern, constrain, and negatively influence your daily decisions. Shape your interpersonal relationships, often with increased friction, and demonstrably reduce your overall productivity and effectiveness, diverting your energy into managing internal stress rather than pursuing purposeful goals. However, on the profound other hand, if you make the deliberate, powerful choice to consciously begin your day anchored by an intentional mindset of intrinsic internal strength, cultivating a sense of profound calm amidst potential chaos and clarifying your primary intentions and purpose for the day. I am capable. I am focused. I choose my response. You courageously and proactively step directly into your conscious creation mode, ready to intentionally build. You are consciously sending a clear, calming, and empowering message directly to your physical body and entire internal system. We are fundamentally safe and secure in this moment. We are firmly and consciously in control of our internal state and our external response regardless of circumstance. And importantly, we are intentionally here, present, and capable specifically to build something meaningful and make a valuable contribution today. Through this shift in internal state, you powerfully transition from being stuck in the reactive mode of mere survival to intentionally operating from the expanded state of purposeful vision, guided by what you intend to create rather than what you fear. And visionary states born from calm intention are fundamentally where significant breakthroughs, novel solutions, and expansive possibilities reliably and consistently take their authentic birth, waiting to be translated into action. This fundamental reality is precisely why the first crucial 10 minutes, perhaps even the first 30, immediately following your awakening from sleep, are psychologically and spiritually sacred, invaluable, and utterly vital to intentionally guard and shape. Your very first thoughts, the dominant internal narrative that asserts itself, function literally like potent seeds cast upon fertile mental ground. Whatever specific seeds of thought, positive or negative, empowering or limiting, clear or chaotic, that you consciously choose to allow to take root during this exceptionally receptive, less guarded state of being, will reliably and energetically begin to sprout and grow throughout the entirety of your day, fundamentally influencing not only your observable attitude and external interactions, but also profoundly shaping your physical posture, influencing your daily decisions, and ultimately directing the overall quality and flow of your valuable energy. If you consciously or passively plant the powerful seed of gratitude, first choosing to focus on appreciation, you are more likely to proactively identify, perceive, and naturally find many more things and opportunities throughout the day for which to experientially feel authentically thankful. If you unintentionally or habitually plant the fear-inducing seed of doubt or scarcity, what if you will experientially walk through the challenging environment of the day, perpetually on edge, vigilant for perceived threats and guarded against possibility? If you courageously choose to intentionally plant the seed of firm resolve and unwavering conviction, declaring your capacity to act, you are much better equipped, both mentally and energetically, to confidently conquer, effectively navigate, and decisively overcome obstacles and challenges experientially, often before they even fully present themselves and have a chance to grow into seemingly insurmountable problems, simply because your mindset is calibrated for proactive solution and purposeful forward movement. Therefore, in those critical formulative minutes of morning proactively, speak to yourself, consciously, directly, and authentically. Speak with cultivated mental clarity, embodying courageous self-command, and speaking your deepest, honest truth, Command your mind, redirect its initial focus towards possibility rather than problem. Courageously declare the specific kind of capable person, the intentional energy, and the purposeful mindset that you deliberately choose to embody and bring forth into the world. Today, do not merely ask passively, as if external permission is required. Instead, ask yourself directly and powerfully, engaging your full internal presence. Will I proactively lead my day with intentional action or passively follow where circumstance takes me? Will I purposefully rise to the occasion and meet the demands or subtly retreat into comfort and avoid effort? Will I choose to actively create something of value or merely react, complain, and consume? Will I diligently build towards my vision or allow fear and doubt to break down my potential? Every new day, every new awakening fundamentally offers you the conscious choice to step fully into your agency. And your deliberate first intentional thoughts of the morning are literally the powerful steering wheel directing the fundamental orientation and speed of that vital choice. If you consciously and intentionally grab hold of it, grasping full self-control from the outset, you gain the invaluable capacity to powerfully direct and influence your own positive momentum throughout the hours that follow. If you hesitate, if you passively neglect to take hold, sensing that internal vacuum of command, the external world through its persistent demands, distractions, and messages will inevitably and readily grasp it for you, taking your energy and directing your trajectory according to its own predetermined plan, not yours. Consistently and diligently protect your own mind, actively curate its focus, especially and particularly in its most delicate, less guarded moments of transitioning from sleep to waking consciousness. Consciously begin your day by securing a win, initiating a powerful micro-action that confirms your agency no matter how seemingly small or insignificant. That victory appears on the surface to outside observers. Every single morning, just as consciousness returns, and prior to the external world aggressively demanding your valuable time and attention with a multitude of complex problems and endless urgent tasks, your magnificent adaptable mind actively searches internally for some clear direction, some tangible signifier of purposeful engagement. It fundamentally craves initial momentum, a feeling of progress, not intimidating complexity or perceived grandeur from the outset. It desires just a simple spark, an internal signal, something small and manageable to convincingly say, internally, okay. The demanding day has effectively begun now, and critically, I am decisively in command of its unfolding process and my engagement with it. This essential function is precisely why those crucial first few moments, perhaps even just the initial 1 to 3 minutes of your waking state, possess disproportionately more internal power and hold significantly more directional influence than you might on a surface level consciously recognize. They are not just arbitrary components of a rote routine performed mechanically. They are viewed from a position of deep internal influence, potent and fundamental. Declarations of intentional readiness of agency and of self-governance actively put into immediate tangible action. When you consciously and consistently engage in the simple act of making your bed meticulously after rising, for example, you are not merely performing a basic tidying up chore dictated by societal expectation. You are at a deep subconscious level, intentionally declaring, confirming, and reinforcing a fundamental internal truth to yourself. I am a person who intentionally completes what I consciously begins, even seemingly small private tasks. When you consciously choose to immediately drink a dedicated glass of fresh water after waking, you are doing far more than just passively quenching physical thirst prompted by instinct. You are actively choosing, prioritizing, and initiating essential physical vitality, purposefully replenishing the fundamental source of biological life force. You are simultaneously sending a critical physiological signal, prompting your internal physical and mental systems to consciously activate and become fully present for the demands ahead. When you consciously choose to intentionally write down just one clearly defined primary goal for the day, one significant action you commit to take, you are not just planning strategically. You are actively, mentally, and energetically stepping into a state of defined, purposeful intent. And when you deliberately choose to physically stretch your body for even just 2 mindful minutes upon rising, moving through your form consciously, you are not simply loosening dormant muscles or improving basic flexibility. You are fundamentally and experientially reminding yourself on a somatic level that initiating intentional movement and directed action in the world is your conscious choice. To make a powerful act of self-initiation, thereby confirming experientially that purposeful physical motion actively and powerfully defeats the pervasive inertia of mental and physical stagnation. These acts of initiating self-directed motion, performing simple concrete tasks intentionally, are small victories undoubtedly when viewed individually. But your incredibly powerful adaptive mind, particularly its deep-seated subconscious level, doesn't fundamentally measure internal progress solely by the sheer magnitude, the perceived external greatness, or complexity of an isolated singular achievement. Instead, what the subconscious profoundly and reliably recognizes, processes, and builds upon most effectively is the demonstrable power of internal and external consistency. In conscious action, the repeatable pattern of success regardless of the scale of the specific task. And critically, these simple yet repeatable intentional acts performed daily. In the morning, these small victories become incrementally powerful, possessing a compounding effect precisely because they consistently and powerfully whisper, reaffirming to your deepest subconscious being, I am undeniably a person who intentionally shows up for my chosen commitments. I am confidently and effectively a person who consistently acts on my stated intentions. You see, the external world's conventional wisdom and prevailing narratives often subtly condition and program us to perpetually chase after only the potentially dramatic large-scale external wins, the visibly remarkable leaps in progress, the externally applause-worthy achievements that garner public recognition and validation. But the individuals who achieve sustained success most consistently and predictably are fundamentally not engaging in constant external chasing for validation or immediate reward. They are powerfully engaged in internal compounding, actively generating self-momentum through intentional starting. They are diligently and purposefully stacking small, deliberate actions taken with intentional focus one upon the other. Day after consistent day, week after disciplined week, strategically reinforcing their foundation until they consciously forge an internal platform of resilience, capability, and self-trust that eventually becomes inherently too solid, too stable, and too intrinsically fortified to ever be easily shaken or dismantled by external pressures or internal doubt. Authentic confidence, the deep-seated self-trust required for consistent effort, is not suddenly or miraculously born externally, in the artificial glow of the spotlight, appearing magically after some external success. It is reliably, patiently, and systematically built internally, brick by conscious brick, precisely within those unseen intentional hours, operating effectively in the quiet, solitary shadow of dawn. It is progressively forged before the sun rises, fully specifically in those potent internal moments where you make the conscious, difficult choice to proactively move yourself to engage in focused action, while the vast majority of others remain passively inactive or comfortably asleep. Confidence is fundamentally not inherited as an entitlement from some external source. It is consciously, experientially constructed. Painstakingly built, one reinforcing brick at a time, with each reinforcing small, When you consciously manage to gather, accomplish, and integrate each morning. A small morning win, that initial completed task, or initiated action, functions analogously like a simple matchstick, a seemingly tiny object insignificant in isolation. Yet when purposefully struck against the correct surface, possessing the potential, the intrinsic power to courageously ignite and set forth the conditions for a much larger self-sustaining blaze of action and productivity for your day. One deliberate small spark of initial momentum reliably sets the trajectory and propels the state for the entirety of the day's unfolding process. One purposeful action consciously taken demonstrably leads directly and predictably to the next intentional action, building a powerful causal chain. Your intelligent, adaptable brain internally begins a positive feedback loop, entering into a virtuous cycle of self-belief, implicitly receiving the message: if I possess the capability, the intention, and the will to consciously complete that initial small action, maybe, just maybe, I also possess the capability, the will, and the readiness to deliberately engage with and accomplish a little bit more, amplifying its own belief in your capability. And then, because of that self-reinforced belief, your capacity grows, enabling you to accomplish authentically a little bit more. That is precisely and profoundly how reliable compounding momentum authentically works as a powerful force in life. It doesn't beg or patiently wait for external permission to exist or accelerate. It dynamically builds and effectively multiplies itself, fueled by consistent action. Understand this critical principle. This process of intentional morning winning is not at its heart about superficially impressing the external world with visible accomplishments or performing for others. It is fundamentally, deeply, and primarily about the conscious act of powerfully influencing and directing yourself, cultivating internal mastery. And the profound liberating truth you must internalize is this: you do not ultimately need the entire external world to gather around you and validate or applaud your dedicated efforts at 600 a.m. when you initiate your private process. You only fundamentally need one essential voice, your own internal affirmation, reliably, powerfully, and encouragingly whispering, "Yes, keep intentionally going. Your effort is recognized within." Thus, your intentionally chosen habits, consciously applied, are perhaps the clearest, most consistent, and most tangible expression of your fundamental self-respect. In action, a testament to your internal integrity. Every single time you intentionally choose to complete something simple, focused, and initiated by your conscious will, a planned action, a small task, a step towards your goal, you are consistently reaffirming to your deepest self that your conscious word matters profoundly, that your stated intention carries tangible weight, and crucially, that you are fundamentally not a passive victim of arbitrary circumstance or external conditions beyond your control. Instead, through your conscious, deliberate actions, especially the initiated ones, you are actively confirming yourself as an empowered creator of your own life experience and a conscious architect of your own reality. So deliberately begin your day consciously choosing to act, not by reactively responding to whatever random stimuli happen to present themselves in the morning chaos, but by proactively winning the crucial first internal battle and completing the necessary first steps. Win early in the day, establishing internal momentum. Win small in scale, initially keeping it manageable and building consistency. Win consistently, stacking progress upon progress, demonstrating your unwavering internal resolve and reliability. Because dynamic momentum, that force amplifier, does not magically appear or conveniently come forth to meet the passively waiting or the undecided. It reliably and inevitably comes to those who are demonstrably prepared, those who have proactively positioned themselves to receive its aid through consistent action and intentional beginnings. And powerfully, once that momentum begins, its initial deliberate roll, fueled by your consistent early efforts, it objectively carries you significantly farther, overcoming more inertia and achieving more significant progress than intermittent conscious willpower alone could ever sustain consistently. This self-sustaining cycle is demonstrably precisely how the most effective, disciplined, and consistently productive individuals reliably operate their daily lives. They don't passively sit by, indefinitely waiting to feel ready or perfectly inspired to begin demanding tasks. They consciously create readiness within themselves by taking action. They don't passively search externally for some elusive, spontaneous burst of external motivation to arrive. They proactively build, generate, and earn it moment by intentional moment, step by disciplined step within themselves through the very act of consistent, deliberate action. Fundamentally, every single morning you are consciously presented with an existential choice, a fundamental crossroads at the dawn's edge. Default to comfortable chaos, reacting passively to whatever external pressures impose themselves, or proactively step into powerful commands intentionally shaping your experience. Drift aimlessly through the hours without an internal rudder, or actively establish and pursue a clear, deliberate direction rooted in your values. Make the courageous, intentional choice to lead yourself from within. Consciously choose to initiate decisive action according to your plan, and firmly choose to begin with intention and resolve even when it's difficult. Because just one small, deliberate win, cultivated early in the morning, achieved through intentional effort, is not merely the successful completion of a single isolated task on your list of things to do. It is simultaneously, and far more significantly, a deeply resonant, fundamental internal message, powerfully received by your entire system, echoing the core truth of your own agency and capability. I am demonstrably in control of my own state and actions. I am proactively building the life I genuinely desire to inhabit. Moment by conscious moment, one deliberate win, one consistent action, one intentional morning at a time. Speak to yourself consistently and clearly with self-command and definitive internal authority, actively directing your focus and intention, rather than defaulting to a habitual posture of self-contempt, relentless criticism, or passive self-doubt. The overwhelming majority of people sadly consistently fail to authentically and effectively win their crucial morning hours and deliberately direct the trajectory of their day, not because of some insurmountable external obstacle imposed by the clock's relentless ticking or an intrinsic lack of capability to perform external tasks. They fail fundamentally because of the quality, tone, and directing nature of the very first crucial internal conversation. The primary narrative that they consistently allow to unfold, often without conscious redirection with themselves, in the silent, vulnerable moments immediately upon waking. The external alarm sounds its demanding call, signaling the day's formal start. And for too many, the very first internal thought or automatic emotional response is not one rooted in intrinsic capability, proactive power, or possibility. Instead, it is often a thought dominated by a heavy feeling of external pressure or internal deficiency. Ugh, I clearly didn't manage to get enough sleep last night. I feel exhausted and unprepared. Or, I'm already regrettably behind schedule on everything, overwhelmed by what's ahead. Or even worse, a paralyzing, self-defeating declaration. I don't honestly believe I possess the intrinsic ability, the energy, or the resilience required to genuinely do this to meet today's challenges effectively. These seemingly harmless internal phrases, these narratives of limitation and deficit, are not benign. They are psychologically potent seeds. And, critically, every such seed, every internal declaration, especially when allowed to take root and consistently repeated, particularly in the receptive state of early morning, inevitably and powerfully grows within the soil of your subconscious, into a firmly held self-reinforcing internal belief. That solidified belief then automatically shapes drives and dictates your observable external behavior throughout the day, aligning your actions with the internal narrative. And crucially, that consistent behavior repeated across time and diverse situations eventually crystallizes and definitively becomes your undeniable self-identity. How you fundamentally define yourself to yourself and to the world acting within those defined parameters. Understand this crucial fundamental truth of human potential. The most dangerous, debilitating, and undermining voice, the most significant internal adversary you will consistently face throughout your life, is emphatically not the loud, mocking voice of external critics or external detractors, attempting to diminish your potential from the outside world. It is instead the quiet yet relentlessly pervasive internal voice that subtly whispers doubts, questions capability, and points out flaws from within your own mind. And unlike the external critic, whose influence you can theoretically at least choose to consciously limit or disregard, this powerful internal voice resides permanently within you, always accessible to your thoughts. It possesses intimate, undeniable, and unfiltered knowledge of your deepest, most vulnerable doubts, your most profound internal fears, your most significant past failures, and every single one of your perceived shortcomings. But here lies the profound, empowering truth, the alchemical key that demonstrably sets those who consistently achieve their potential apart from those who struggle. That internal voice, despite its current limitations, can be intentionally trained, redirected, and reprogrammed, according to your conscious direction. Each and every morning experientially is a powerful new and unparalleled opportunity, a clean slate to consciously initiate or continue that vital internal training, to effectively step metaphorically or literally in front of your own internal mirror of self-reflection, or to simply sit quietly, centered and intentional within the landscape of your own mind, and purposefully, deliberately rewrite the script of your inner narrative, actively authoring a more empowering and truthful dialogue, replacing limitations with possibility. And crucially, this conscious rewriting should not be based on empty, superficial affirmations or flowery, unrealistic praise that lacks authenticity. It should be powerfully rooted in direct, honest, and authentic declarations of decisive leadership, applied directly to your own internal state and your intended actions for the day. Consistently say to yourself consciously and clearly with authentic conviction each morning, I am fundamentally a person capable of unwavering strength, embodying resilience. I am focused and able to direct my energy to what matters. I am demonstrably not a passive victim of external circumstances or the perceived difficulties of this day. I am right now actively the architect, confidently shaping and building my own day according to my purpose. Once, you must consciously choose to speak to yourself both internally and externally, not as one who is merely perpetually reacting to the flow of external events or external pressure, like a pawn on a chessboard. You must consciously and courageously choose to speak as one who is actively commanding life, proactively setting its course and direction through intention and action like a capable, purposeful leader. A seasoned general poised at the critical threshold of battle, ready to lead their troops, does not hesitate or enter the field with a timid internal thought. I merely hope I manage to survive the difficult challenges that await us. Instead, with internal fortitude and clear intent, he articulately declares, projecting self-command, I am meticulously and comprehensively prepared for this engagement. I will resolutely lead our forces into action. I will strategically overcome the obstacles and achieve our objectives. So actively and consistently choose to speak to yourself, your internal team, each morning precisely like that capable, decisive general. Speak with absolute mental precision, clarifying your objectives. Speak with an undeniable internal authority, owning your capability. Speak with purposeful intent. Your consciously chosen words in the critical formulative moments of the morning are not simply transient echoes of past programming devoid of real impact. They function powerfully, shaping future reality as potent blueprints, meticulously laying out the framework for what is to come. They actively direct the flow and content of your subsequent thoughts, focusing your mental energy, and crucially, your directing thoughts empowered and focused, then reliably dictate and guide the course of your subsequent external actions. When you passively or unintentionally begin your day speaking with internal words characterized by weakness, self-doubt, and negativity, "This is too hard," "I'm not enough," "I can't do this," you effectively walk out into the external world energetically, already mentally and emotionally wounded internally, hobbled before you've taken a single purposeful step. But when you choose consciously, consistently, and purposefully to begin with internally cultivated strength, articulating profound clarity, and anchoring yourself with unwavering purpose, "I can do this," "I am ready," "I will find a way," you are not merely passively waiting for the momentum to somehow magically generate itself externally and come to you. You are actively, powerfully, and instantaneously creating it internally, willing it into being by declaring its existence within, making it a self-fulfilling prophecy you actively drive. Ultimately, sadly, many people consistently fail to effectively win control of their challenging morning hours, thereby allowing external forces to dictate their trajectory, primarily because they never manage to consistently win the most fundamental, essential internal dialogue, the conversation and negotiation occurring perpetually within their own mind. They reactively rush, often overwhelmed and unprepared, into the chaotic, demanding environment of the day, carrying the heavy, undigested weight of cluttered negative thoughts and burdened, unresolved emotions from the previous night, and then passively wonder, expressing frustration and confusion externally, why everything in their day feels off, out of sync, or simply much harder than it needs to be. But those relatively few individuals who courageously learn to reliably lead themselves from within, consciously governing their internal state and actively directing their internal conversation, possess a profound understanding of this foundational internal principle of causality, the crucial first victory, the one that reliably sets the stage for all subsequent progress and external results, is undeniably, experientially invisible to the external world, yet fundamentally determines the entire outcome. It is determined by the precise emotional tone and mental state you intentionally set within yourself by your own words and intentions spoken in the quiet moments of dawn, even before a single external task has been formally completed or engaged with. So make the intentional commitment today. Diligently train your internal voice to speak to you from a position of strength, possibility, and truth, actively replacing doubt with conviction. Consistently practice speaking to yourself powerfully and with clear direction, especially in the protective environment of silence and solitude, without needing external witnesses or validation. Especially then. Why? Because if you are unable or unwilling to courageously lead yourself effectively and intentionally in the quiet, private arena of your own internal landscape, actively governing your thoughts, emotions, and actions, through self-command, you will experientially never reliably possess the internal capacity or project, the external authority required to genuinely effectively lead others or exert significant positive influence in any public visible capacity. Start each new morning anchored in your core internal truth, consciously articulated and claimed, choosing its guidance rather than reacting automatically and habitually to the barrage of external negativity, arbitrary pressures, or overwhelming demands. Begin your day from a posture of intentional command, taking charge of your state rather than from a passive position of perennial complaint or helpless reactivity. The external world, inherently designed to present challenges and resistances, will inevitably offer you obstacles, pressures, and difficulties. But critically, if your powerful mind is consistently well-led, skillfully directed by your intentional internal leadership, then your subsequent external actions, responding from that foundation of strength, will not be easily shaken, undermined, or derailed by any external resistance encountered. Choose deliberately to speak your intention internally and externally. Choose consciously to declare your purpose. Choose authentically to lead yourself. And powerfully, faithfully, reliably, and often remarkably, your entire day will begin to intentionally, synergistically, and consistently follow your powerful self-directed voice, aligning with your intention. The morning hour, or ideally the dedicated initial portion of it, is not merely a fragmented collection of random moments or mechanical steps to rush through efficiently. It is experientially your dedicated personal boardroom, a private strategic center for high-stakes planning and internal alignment. Adopt the powerful mindset of perceiving your crucial morning hours not as a blur of mundane routine or obligation, but explicitly as a high-stakes, critically important internal board meeting where the trajectory, priorities, and energetic state for your entire day are determined. And crucially, in this exclusive meeting, you are concurrently functioning as the Chief Executive Officer (CEO), setting the strategic vision, the lead strategist devising the execution plan, and the insightful visionary defining the desired outcome. In this intensely personal internal boardroom, there are no external shareholders demanding arbitrary returns on your time, no external analysts dissecting your every move for validation, and no external competitors attempting to undermine your strategy. There is only essentially you, your unfiltered internal state, and your conscious intentions. The vital, often subtle internal decisions and mental commitments consciously made within this critical internal meeting effectively determine, set the course for, and shape the entire unfolding trajectory of your day's energy, focus, and impact. It is fundamentally sacred, guarded time, purposefully reserved, shielded from external imposition, and intentionally dedicated exclusively for cultivating profound internal clarity, strategic planning, and connection to purpose, demonstrably, not for allowing external chaos, urgent external demands, or passive reactivity to infiltrate. Before the demanding external world consciously begins to actively pull fragment and capture your finite attention with its myriad obligations and distractions, before the persistent background noise of external events and the endless lists of tasks aggressively begin to loudly shout for your immediate time and energy, make the conscious, powerful choice to intentionally sit, even if briefly, in dedicated internal solitude and connection with yourself. Do not yield to the urge to rush frantically into external action without first centering. Do not passively stumble into the demands of the day unprepared and unanchored. Instead, consciously choose to walk into your morning hours with the same deep seriousness of intention, the same unwavering resolve, and the same intense focus you would unequivocally bring to the table if the financial future, the well-being, or the aspirations of millions demonstrably depended solely upon your very next strategic move, your immediate decision. Because when viewed holistically across the ripple effect of your life and your interactions, they arguably do depend in many subtle yet profound ways upon the quality of your energy, the clarity of your intention, and the integrity of your action initiated each morning. The individuals who consistently live lives defined by profound purpose, positive impact, and meaning do not passively leave the fundamental direction, prioritization, and energy of their daily actions or the course of their overarching trajectory to random chance external pressures or hopeful wishing. They demonstrate proactive ownership, They consciously, consistently, and faithfully conduct a dedicated internal board meeting with themselves, their highest self, every single morning without fail, purposefully, diligently, and routinely, specifically, to methodically reevaluate, clarify, and purposefully realign their core internal compass, ensuring it points true towards their defined North Star of purpose. Within the structured container of this intentional morning internal review, they courageously and honestly ask themselves a series of 3 core fundamental, essential, and deeply clarifying questions designed to cut through complexity and ground intention. From the myriad possibilities and demands, what specific individuals projects or values most profoundly and fundamentally deserves the highest allocation of my focused attention and finite creative energy today. Conversely, what specific external distractions, time-wasting activities, or energy-draining obligations must I consciously and resolutely avoid or intentionally minimize my engagement with today to protect my energy and focus? And finally, strategically, what specific actions, internal or external, however seemingly small, if executed diligently and consistently, will most reliably and effectively move me powerfully forward today along the defined path towards actualizing my stated intentions and deepest aspirations? These core clarifying questions are not under any circumstance a luxury for a privileged few or a passive theoretical exercise. They are incredibly practical and profoundly powerful strategic tools. They function actively like a skilled surgeon's precise scalpel, effectively cutting through the overwhelming, confusing noise of countless external demands and the internal static of indecision. Crucially, by establishing these parameters internally, they reliably protect you from passively drifting into a default reactive mode where you spend your day simply responding to urgent external stimuli rather than actively creating and contributing according to your own proactive design. This structured review is fundamentally not the intended time to mindlessly scroll through endless external feeds, losing yourself in consumption and comparison. It is not the optimal moment to reactively check other people's lives, their status updates, or their manufactured narratives of success. This is the critically vital, often difficult, yet infinitely rewarding moment to proactively and consciously check in with the core of your own authentic life, with your own internal state, your own aspirations, your own challenges. It is the designated time for deeply purposeful internal reflection, for an intentional state of conscious reset, and crucially for making powerful conscious decisions, clarifying your commitment for the hours that follow. Make the choice deliberately. Begin this internal meeting by consciously taking several slow, deep, calming breaths, grounding your energy in the present moment, slowing the system. Allow the resulting presence of self-imposed silence to powerfully speak its wisdom to your intuition. Then, with an internal posture of calm authority, grounded self-possession, and clear intentional focus, proactively begin the dedicated meeting asking your chosen questions. Methodically list out in clear, actionable terms the specific activities, the key priorities, and the core values that genuinely matter most deeply to you and your overarching objectives today. Clearly identify the specific sources of external noise, draining obligations, or internal negative loops that reliably deplete your energy and distract you from purpose. And consciously choose with conviction those key intentional actions and mindful states that will authentically and strategically help you actively build, sustain, and expand the most empowered and capable version of yourself and your work. Be courageously honest in your internal assessment. Be firm in your commitment to prioritizing what truly matters, and maintain crystal clear clarity in your articulation of purpose. Your consistent morning internal meeting is the productive arena where limiting internal excuses are bravely eliminated, Proactive priorities are resolutely set according to your values, and the intentional stage for focused action and purposeful engagement is meticulously prepared. Developing profound vision. The ability to clearly see and work towards a desired future state is not merely a random spontaneous burst of abstract inspiration that sporadically blesses a few. It is demonstrably and profoundly the inherent byproduct, the predictable result of diligent, conscious, and consistent internal review and realignment purposefully conducted. When you consciously make the intentional choice to start your morning anchoring your energy and focus in this disciplined internal planning process, the entire fabric and trajectory of your upcoming day actively transforms. Your engagement with the hours becomes a direct extension and amplification of your stated core intention, a mindful flow rather than an endless series of reactive responses to external pressure or arbitrary urgency. You shift powerfully from living in a state of external reaction and internal disorder to consistently moving through your experience with clear design, deliberate focus, and internal intentionality, leading yourself proactively. Actively treat your dedicated morning time as truly sacred ground, a protected and valuable space for self-directed creation and intention. Just as the master builder meticulously lays each foundational brick carefully, purposefully, and precisely to systematically construct a lasting, resilient, and architecturally significant structure, you must make the conscious commitment to purposefully lay the critical foundational bricks of your intentional daily schedule, the essential elements of your cultivating a positive mindset and the tangible embodiment of your deepest values. Laying them one reinforcing layer at a time, consciously, intentionally, and with clear purpose. Because, as history reliably demonstrates, those few individuals who consistently succeed in building genuinely meaningful lives, cultivating profound impact, and leaving an enduring positive legacy, do not initiate their powerful journey towards that greatness merely by passive chance or convenient external circumstance. They reliably, decisively, and purposefully begin through the courageous and consistent act of conscious choice, deliberately made moment after intentional moment, beginning first thing in the morning, setting the tone for everything that follows. Make the conscious, firm commitment to take deliberate action, even before you perceive yourself to be feeling entirely ready, perfectly inspired, or optimally prepared. Waiting indefinitely for the right mood, the perfect alignment of feeling or circumstances to conveniently appear before you begin purposeful action, is undeniably one of the great subtle self-sabotaging traps that relentlessly ensnares and consistently immobilizes the undisciplined. It is the insidious, silent thief operating undetected by conscious awareness of untapped potential and unactualized capability, often skillfully disguising its crippling influence as outwardly rational self-care, prudent patience, or admirable emotional honesty. I just don't feel like it right now, so I'm being true to myself by waiting. But here is the profound practical truth that resilient individuals understand and embody. In the early vulnerability of the morning hours, just after waking, your emotions, while real in their presence, are often still half asleep, yet to fully transition into conscious activation. They are predictably slow to fully wake up and become responsive, frequently clouded, and subtly influenced by the residual energy of nighttime dreams or the heavy physiological residue of restful or restless fatigue from sleep. And crucially, if you make the default choice to perpetually wait for your emotions to miraculously catch up, to feel exactly right or perfectly aligned before initiating a necessary action, or fulfilling a commitment, you will experientially find yourself spending an enormous portion of your valuable finite life stuck firmly in a holding pattern of debilitating delay, never fully seizing the moment for potential progress. Authentic champions. The resilient and resourceful individuals who consistently achieve demonstrably do not wait passively for favorable external or internal conditions. They embody proactivity. They consciously act, initiating movement and committing to the process, not because they conveniently feel like doing it in the moment. That fleeting feeling is unpredictable, but fundamentally and powerfully, because they consciously decided to act, having made a prior higher commitment based on their values and goals, irrespective of how they immediately feel in the moment. Before the external world stirs itself to action, before a seemingly random external spark of inspiration unexpectedly strikes, before the cognitive mind has even become fully alert and analytically prepared, they consistently and diligently move. That critical intentional early commitment, the unwavering decision to take deliberate planned action, despite and regardless of the transient state of initial feeling or immediate emotional resonance, is far more than merely the development of a repetitive habit or a rigid routine. It is experientially a courageous and profound internal declaration of authentic identity. It serves as a powerful self-defining affirmation that unequivocally says both internally and externally, this pursuing my chosen path with intentional action and discipline is unequivocally who I am, and who I am proactively choosing to embody, regardless of whether I subjectively feel like it or not in this specific moment. Each and every morning as consciousness returns, you are presented not with an arbitrary or inconsequential choice between alternative minor tasks, but with a fundamental and deeply defining choice between two core, often competing internal values. Do I choose to primarily serve the immediate comfort and ease of my present emotional or physical state? Or do I consciously prioritize and honor the long-term commitment to my purpose, my growth, and my aspirations? Immediate comfort instinctively says just stay passive and cozy in the warm security of your bed for a little longer. The compelling allure of transient comfort whispers persuasively, you can always consciously choose to start that difficult task, that challenging workout, or that focused work a little later when you feel more prepared or inspired. But true, authentic, deep-seated, unwavering commitment, rooted in conscious values and purpose, responds with an unyielding internal voice and resolute energy that definitively commands the time for purposeful action is unequivocally now. This intentional moment, if deliberately and consistently you make the empowered choice to prioritize and commit to taking action, even small steps, especially when facing internal or external resistance, something truly miraculous experientially and demonstrably begins to authentically unfold and reveal itself within the core of your being, rippling outward into your external experience. You no longer passively wait to feel ready, anticipating that elusive feeling of motivation will conveniently appear before you act. Instead, you actively and courageously create readiness, generating that vital motivation directly through intentional, consistent action diligently applied. You initiated this process. You powerfully chose to deliberately shift the delicate balance of internal power within yourself. No longer are you primarily pulled along passively by the fleeting discomfort or inherent instability of your emotions in the morning. You powerfully lead with conscious action, initiating purposeful motion, and magically, remarkably, that sought-after feeling state of motivation and energy faithfully and consistently follows. Your lead willingly obeying your direction, much like a diligent student adheres to the wise instructions of their capable teacher. This right here is the pivotal turning point, the defining moment, the crucial energetic and psychological shift that definitively separates those who remain perpetually stuck bound by comfortable habits and perceived limitations, merely talking about potential, and those who demonstrably and consistently break free, actually achieving transformative growth and making real impact in their lives and in the world. Because your fundamental power, your latent potential for greatness, does not primarily reside in how you subjectively feel in the very first minutes of your day. That moment merely provides the potential opportunity. Your ultimate demonstrable power, the capacity for creating tangible reality, lies experientially and undeniably in what you consciously and intentionally do in those critical first moments. That intentional action, perhaps small in its initial manifestation, becomes the loudest, most impactful message. The strongest signal you send first and foremost to yourself, to your own core being, and secondarily to the responsive universe around you. It definitively declares without reservation, I am not passively constrained or inherently dictated by transient moods, fluctuating emotions, arbitrary feelings of discomfort, or limiting ingrained laziness. I am actively, purposefully, and reliably directed and governed entirely by my greater purpose, my articulated mission, by the high-level goals and enduring values that I consciously and deliberately choose to pursue with my actions. When you make the conscious decision morning after deliberate morning to rise from sleep and purposefully step into intentional action, despite the powerful psychological inertia of resistance, despite the quiet nagging voice of doubt that may still attempt to undermine your resolve, despite what fleeting feelings or subjective emotional states may signal in the moment, you are proactively and progressively actively beginning to intentionally shape and solidify your very own personal identity, actively defining and establishing the purposeful, capable person you are courageously growing towards. Becoming one conscious choice at a time. The deliberate, consistent repetition of aligned action is the foundational architect, the relentless sculptor that experientially builds, refines, and solidifies your fundamental identity. Authentically stated action, reliably, creates identity. Identity forged and reinforced by consistent action, reliably and predictably, creates destiny. The seemingly small, seemingly mundane act, repeated with consistent dedication. The simple but profound act of continuously showing up, appearing present both physically and mentally, engaging in intentional work. Taking purposeful steps, performed day after deliberate day without falter, is the relentless cumulative force that over time molds, sculpts, and systematically remakes your entire internal self-perception, forging your belief in your capability. At its deepest level, it progressively, systematically changes the pervasive internal self-talk, the internal conversation that consistently runs in your mind. You gradually, authentically stop questioning yourself with that vulnerable, self-doubting query, born of scarcity. Can I authentically do this? Do I possess sufficient ability? And you powerfully and confidently transition through earned experience to articulating, to unequivocally stating that declaration with an unwavering certainty of inherent capability and demonstrated resolve. This is exactly what I do. This is fundamentally part of my inherent nature, my core characteristics. I intentionally choose to perform this action daily consistently. It is who I am. Consider the truly master craftsman, the one who consistently and reliably appears at their dedicated workbench, right as the faint light of dawn barely begins to break the eastern horizon. His physical hands, perhaps, may still feel somewhat stiff and not entirely limber after the night's required rest. His vision might still be slightly blurred, not fully adjusted to the workspace lighting, but with clear, purposeful intention, firmly in mind, he deliberately picks up his familiar trusted tools, the instruments of his craft, and consciously, with diligent routine, he simply begins the work. Not because he feels an immediate overwhelming flood of potent creative inspiration physically coursing through him in that precise moment, inspiration that elusive muse might reliably arrive later in the process. After, he has already started the work summoned by his commitment. He chooses decisively to act, because he has made a conscious, deliberate commitment, a promise first to himself to the intrinsic value of his chosen craft and to the integrity of the process itself. And critically, it is precisely in that fundamental act of starting, in that deliberate motion of commitment and consistent engagement, that the profound inspiration he desires eventually reliably finds him, drawn to his proactive energy and dedicated focus. It is precisely that foundational, consistent daily discipline, patiently applied, that relentlessly sharpens his innate skills, hones his technical dexterity, and elevates his fundamental professionalism to a breathtaking degree of remarkable, almost effortless mastery over time. And ultimately, the visible manifestation of supreme excellence in his finished work, the quality of his craftsmanship, will not be a random outcome. It will be the powerful, inevitable result, the natural consequence of his unwavering commitment to the daily discipline, the persistent, intentional practice, starting always at the beginning of his day. This exploration of discipline and intentional beginnings is emphatically not an endorsement or a call to action to mindlessly engage in workaholic burnout, driving yourself relentlessly to exhaustion, or physically and mentally grinding away at tasks indiscriminately lacking clear purpose or direction. Absolutely not. That path leads only to depletion. It is instead an urgent and potent invitation, a compelling call to consciously and actively step into the powerful role of being an intentional, self-aware leader, specifically and primarily learning to effectively lead your own self, governing your internal state, your thoughts and your actions with deep internal presence and profound self-understanding. It is a vital practice for learning to profoundly understand at a deep level that emotions are fundamentally transient. Feedback signals, generated by your internal system in response to external or internal stimuli. Powerful in their immediate influence. Yes, but they are absolutely not supreme, immutable commands, unchangeable directives that you are compelled to obey without question or redirection. It is for learning to consciously recognize, to internalize the fundamental truth that it is demonstrably your deliberate commitment to your purpose, to your values, to your long-term growth, that must always intentionally go first, leading your actions confidently, guiding your behavior rather than allowing immediate comfort, fleeting convenience, or instantaneous feelings of ease or resistance to dictate every action and shape every critical decision. The demanding, relentless, and often chaotic world external to your conscious intention will not, I assure you, courteously stop, pause, or patiently wait indefinitely for your subjective feelings or transient emotional state to perfectly align themselves with your chosen tasks or perceived obligations before it relentlessly continues its operation and places demands upon you. It simply inevitably moves forward, often with imposing force. It reliably, consistently, and powerfully responds not to your internal subjective state alone, but to the outward demonstration of your deliberate movement, the conscious initiation of physical and intentional action. It accurately reacts to the perceptible momentum, the sustained energetic force that you actively generate and consistently put forth into the external reality through your intentional starting and purposeful follow-through. Therefore, make the conscious, courageous, and empowered choice to deliberately take that very first potentially difficult step of intended action, courageously beginning the process, even when you feel subjectively profoundly unready or lacking in inspiration. Courageously articulate the very first self-directive words, declarations of your intention and capability to yourself, anchoring your mental state, even when you initially feel entirely uncertain or lacking complete self-confidence in the sound of your own voice or the truth of the words themselves. Intentionally, show up, be present and engaged, and initiate purposeful action, even before the hoped-for surge of inspiring motivation miraculously appears and compels you forward. And reliably, surprisingly powerfully, very soon the dynamic internal force of your feelings, your emotional state, will demonstrably catch up and powerfully align with the momentum of the decisive action you have courageously, intentionally, and diligently chosen to initiate and sustain. Each and every single morning as consciousness returns is a profound, unparalleled opportunity, a renewed invitation to consciously and bravely reaffirm this incredibly simple but fundamentally powerful truth, a core principle for effective living. You are in essence fundamentally and truly not defined, shaped, or constrained by the ever-shifting transient waves of what you momentarily feel, which are often fleeting and inconsistent, arising and dissipating throughout the day. You are profoundly and ultimately defined, built, and embodied by what you repeatedly do. The intentional, consistent, disciplined actions that constitute your habits, reflecting your deeper values. And critically, each deliberate, seemingly small act that undeniably demonstrates your unwavering commitment to your purpose and process, no matter its external scale, is akin to placing another solid, meticulously chosen brick, squarely, securely, and resiliently, upon the steadfast pathway leading directly to the manifestation of the greater purpose, the potential greatness that you are proactively constructing for your life, brick by intentional, brick effort by consistent effort. Choose consistently to act first, taking the initial step of putting intention into motion. Allow the feeling state, the desired internal condition, to follow later, as a beneficial result and reward of your disciplined effort. That foundational approach, that internal sequencing of priority, is the disciplined, practical strategy consciously employed by those individuals who possess unwavering determination. That definitively is the intentional mindset and operative approach cultivated and mastered by those few who purposefully, effectively, and consistently build powerful, lasting legacies, achieving impactful results, and actualizing their greatest potential precisely while the majority of others remain passively anchored to their comfortable beds, indefinitely waiting to feel a sudden, elusive, unearned burst of motivation to simply begin their own essential work. Visualizing your desired outcomes clearly, vibrantly, and consistently, creating detailed mental blueprints of future possibility, is far more than simply indulging in pleasant daydreams or disconnected fantasy. It is, in fact, fundamentally a potent, proactive, and incredibly effective form of psychological and energetic rehearsal intentionally conducted specifically for the actualization of your eventual external victory. Each and every morning as you consciously emerge from sleep, you are inherently gifted without having to earn it with a blank, expansive internal canvas. A mental landscape that is initially pure, untouched by the complex textures, jarring colors, or imposed limitations of the world's inevitable noise or its unpredictable, demanding circumstances. The external world, with all its myriad influences, has yet to actively leave its indelible mark to begin spontaneously sketching upon the virgin surface of your awareness. And critically, before it has the inevitable opportunity to do so forcefully, injecting its agenda, you must courageously, intentionally, and consciously choose how that canvas will be fundamentally approached and actively brought to life. Will you passively allow the potential chaos, the unforeseen challenges, or the external reactive stimuli of life to indiscriminately splatter themselves randomly and aimlessly onto that precious canvas, lacking deliberate pattern or intended beauty, leaving the composition to chance? Or will you consciously choose to embody the powerful, active role of being the intentional artist of your reality, the precise architect of your experience, the far-sighted visionary seeing what is possible, actively choosing deliberately and diligently to paint, to build, to compose that blank canvas with focused intention, clear purpose, and predetermined vision directing its unfolding? This essential distinction in your conscious approach is precisely where the disciplined practice of deliberate visualization emerges, demonstrating its profound utility, acting as your potent, effective, and consistently reliable secret weapon, often overlooked by others. Visualization, when intentionally practiced, is not, I repeat, mere idle fantasy or self-indulgent dreaming divorced from reality. It is in its core function and demonstrable effect a rigorous, proactive form of vital mental training, a dedicated and applicable discipline of the powerful adaptable mind that consistently shapes potential into reality. The most highly accomplished athletes operating at peak performance levels, the innovative inventors who have revolutionized industries and altered the course of progress, and the transformative leaders who have profoundly influenced the course of human events throughout history. They have all consistently incorporated and faithfully practiced some form of conscious deliberate visualization within their personal process. Before the high-stakes race was physically run, before the important public speech was verbally delivered, before an anticipating crowd, before the complex masterpiece of art, literature, or engineering was finally completed and presented, they had already demonstrably and vividly consciously seen it in intricate sensory detail within the powerful landscape of their internal mind, experiencing the desired outcome subjectively. Their eventual external victories achieved in the physical realm were not entirely unpredictable surprises occurring through luck. They were experientially and methodically, courageously, strategically, and persistently rehearsed, envisioned countless times within the safe internal theater of their own mental projection. You must, if you genuinely desire to step into your greater potential and achieve purposeful goals, consistently and diligently engage in this fundamental practice, making it a non-negotiable part of your conscious morning ritual. Dedicate just 5 specific, uninterrupted minutes each morning, set aside specifically for this intentional practice. Sit comfortably and quietly in a calm space, anchoring your energy. Gently close your physical eyes, limiting external input, and actively choose to internally see, to vividly experience the scene you are creating. See yourself powerfully and effectively moving through the demands of the day, aligned with your purpose. See yourself courageously walking into that challenging room, that demanding interaction with genuine internal confidence, embodying your presence. See yourself responding wisely and effectively, consistently, remaining centered and calm when the external pressure inevitably mounts and increases its intensity, pushing against your composure. See the final destination, the defined finish line, the specific goal clearly met and achieved. See the tangible impact made, the value authentically created, the positive influence radiated. Proactively picture the version of life you most profoundly and authentically want to inhabit, the future reality you are actively building, not as a distant, abstract, or impossible dream residing somewhere far off in the future, but as a tangible present reality, actively and experientially already unfolding around you and through you, witnessed and experienced vividly in the theater of your mind. Why experientially does this seemingly simple practice matter so profoundly and possess such transformative power? Because, as we discussed earlier, the adaptive, creative, and highly receptive subconscious mind fundamentally cannot distinguish reliably or completely between a vividly, consistently, and deeply imagined subjective reality, visualized internally with emotional detail, and a consciously experienced external reality actually happening in the physical world. When you proactively and purposefully visualize, see, and internally rehearse success scenarios, goal achievement, or embodying your desired traits consistently and repetitively over time, your incredible brain demonstrably begins to physically rewire and structurally rearrange itself around those clearly envisioned internal images of capability, alignment, and accomplishment. your subsequent daily decisions consciously made, your external posture and physical presentation to the world, your intentional focus and how you allocate your energy. All of these critical elements begin to subtly and synergistically align themselves, often below conscious awareness, to actively match, support, and make real the vibrant internal picture of reality that you have actively and repeatedly painted within your mind's eye. You are no longer simply reacting passively to external stimuli or internal impulses by default. You are powerfully and intentionally acting from a clearly established internal vision, a defined template for what is to be created and achieved. Moving purposefully from that foundation of potential future reality, drawn into the present moment. You are not merely wishing or passively hoping for a better outcome. You are actively, consistently, diligently working for it, initiating the process internally, first cultivating the inner state of being ready and capable, and powerfully what intentional state, internal structure, and sense of capability you successfully build and establish within your own mind through consistent mental rehearsal. You will reliably begin inevitably and naturally to manifest and create in the external world around you as your outer experience increasingly mirrors your inner reality. Genuine self-confidence, that bedrock of intentional action, grows, solidifies, and becomes deeply embedded not merely or exclusively from what external observable actions you consistently perform, though this is crucial, but also profoundly and fundamentally from what you see, feel, and experientially confirm yourself as authentically doing and successfully accomplishing within the consistent landscape of your own powerful mental practice. You cannot possibly or consistently hit a precisely defined external target if you cannot first clearly and confidently visually perceive and actively commit to seeing that target anchoring its possibility in your mind. And you cannot effectively, reliably, and proactively reach or manifest a greater purposeful destiny if you have never first consciously dared to vividly imagine it, to see it possible for you within the landscape of your own mind and heart. Disciplined visualization, actively and consistently engaged, is precisely and powerfully how you purposefully mark the final destination, charting the course and aligning your trajectory. Without it, without this clear internal compass and map, you risk endlessly drifting subject to external currents. With it embraced and cultivated, you gain the profound internal power to reliably, intentionally, and powerfully direct your path forward, step by conscious step. So make this dedicated, intentional practice of active visualization a non-negotiable cornerstone ritual, a reliable appointment within your intentional morning structure. Choose intentionally to see the empowered life you are capable of living, visualizing its unfolding vividly and experientially, before you physically step fully into living it outwardly. Intentionally paint the intricate details upon your mental canvas, shaping its form. Consciously and strategically direct your vital energy towards the areas that truly align with your highest values and greatest potential, empowering them to manifest. Faithfully, diligently, and repeatedly rehearse the internal state of your potential greatness, running through desired scenarios in your mind's eye. The cumulative effect of this intentional preparation within this consistent mental rehearsal significantly increases the probability that the entire external environment of your day will reliably and synergistically rise to consistently meet and successfully match the level of internal clarity, intentionality, and prepared capability you have actively and powerfully forged and solidified within your own mind. Morning affirmations, deliberately chosen, sincerely spoken, and consistently repeated, function actively as internal tools, powerful chisels that reliably and predictably create mental blueprints, detailed internal architectures for guiding behavior, and intentionally lay the foundational framework for future reality within your subconscious mind. the powerful words and core ideas that you consistently choose to internally and externally repeat, whether consciously aware of their full impact initially or not, are progressively and reliably etched, deepening their grooves into the fundamental structure of your memory. What potent internal ideas, chosen deliberately or defaulted to habitually, you most frequently remember and rehearse through conscious repetition? You increasingly, fundamentally, and experientially begin to believe at a deep, often subconscious level. And crucially, what empowering internal truths or limiting internal doubts you sincerely and deeply believe. That core belief, acting as an operating system, fundamentally and powerfully determines predictably, influences, and actively guides who you become, the person you choose to embody, the actions you reliably take. This simple principle encapsulates the silent, consistent, and cumulative internal architecture, the often unseen scaffolding of the purposeful mind, diligently building itself, stacking layer upon layer of intentional programming. And this fundamental process, consciously directed powerfully, begins anew every single morning, precisely with the very intentional words you consciously choose to utter, to think, and to plant into the receptive soil of your own awareness. Morning affirmations, thoughtfully selected and consciously articulated, are not mystical charms intended to magically bend external reality through mere wishful thinking without accompanying effort or aligned action. They are viewed functionally potent and incredibly practical tools, linguistic chisels, specifically designed to powerfully, consciously, and progressively carve identity, refining the fundamental contours of who you are resolutely becoming, removing the extraneous noise of self-doubt and fear, adding the intentional form of confidence and capability. Each affirmation, each deliberate phrase, each conscious internal directive you consistently speak with sincere intention is not merely air passing through vocal cords. It is a powerful tool, actively engaged, effectively shaping the specific contours of your developing core self, guiding your state towards alignment with your greater potential. When you consciously and consistently speak your chosen affirmations and truths with unwavering internal conviction and sincere belief in their potential reality, even indeed, especially, before you subjectively and physically feel the absolute truth or empirical confirmation of your consciously chosen words, manifested in external reality, you are courageously, unequivocally, and intentionally issuing clear commands directly to the deep-seated levels of your own potent subconscious mind. You are, through consistent internal direction, deliberately instructing the often reactive, fear-driven, doubt-prone segments of your mind to actively reject limiting doubt, to override instinctual fear, and to proactively replace inherent feelings of limitation, powerlessness, or inadequacy with expansive possibility, authentic capability, and unleashed potential. Make the powerful, decisive choice. Deliberately begin your day not by automatically defaulting to external distractions, succumbing to urgency, or reacting habitually to the demands of the world as your first point of engagement. Instead, deliberately begin by actively initiating powerful intentional decision rooted in self-command and aligned purpose. Consciously choose and confidently articulate directly and personally precisely what kind of purposeful, capable, effective person you fundamentally intend to embody and actively bring forth into the world today, expressing your unique contribution. Articulate simple but potent affirmations of being, such as, "I am authentically disciplined. My actions reflect my intentions. I follow through on my commitments consistently. My word to myself has value. I actively create tangible value in the world with my effort and presence today." These deliberate statements are not mere abstract, hopeful wishes or transient aspirations floating aimlessly in thought. They are powerful, grounded, and directive power statements, actively anchoring your intention. They bravely and effectively declare your fundamental internal alignment with intentional strength, clarify your compelling purpose, and reaffirm your unwavering commitment to disciplined, focused, follow-through, and consistent action. The timing of consistently delivering these chosen affirmations and core directives to your own mind is absolutely crucial, significantly influencing their ultimate efficacy and impact. Your capable mind, in its particularly vulnerable, fluid, less defended, and newly awakened state, just emerging from sleep and transitioning to conscious awareness, is psychologically and neurologically akin to soft, pliable clay, uniquely malleable, exceptionally open, highly impressionable, and profoundly receptive to new internal programming and external input. Crucially, before the external world, with its relentless, demanding forces, actively rushes in to aggressively flood your consciousness with countless conflicting demands, chaotic noise, relentless external messages, and potent waves of negativity and distraction, precisely before that external invasion takes over your attention. You possess a uniquely potent, relatively unobstructed window of internal opportunity, an ideal moment to intentionally, actively, and purposefully plant potent, life-affirming internal code into the very operating system of your mind. In the receptive silence, in the intentional stillness, you create the resonant impact, the energetic imprint of your consciously chosen affirmations, directives, and statements of self-definition is dramatically and profoundly amplified, increased exponentially in their potential influence. They do not, in this vulnerable, permeable state, simply bounce passively off a reinforced wall of mental defenses that has not yet fully solidified. They actively, profoundly, and effectively sink in, rooting deeply into the fertile soil of your receptive subconscious, implanting their intended programming at a foundational level. You may experientially feel at the outset of consistently engaging in this practice somewhat awkward, self-conscious, or perhaps even feel as though you are somehow lying to yourself, articulating internal states or capabilities that do not at that exact moment feel fully congruent with your immediate external reality or current circumstances. That initial internal resistance, that feeling of awkwardness or disconnect, is a perfectly normal and predictable reaction generated by your existing, often deeply entrenched unconscious programming, and the protective mechanisms of the old ego identity that may resist the change these new statements imply. But consciously remember and hold fast to this fundamental principle of behavioral and internal change. Consistent, dedicated repetition, reliably and powerfully applied over time, effectively builds belief. And internally cultivated authentic belief is the indispensable soil, the fertile foundation in which purposeful, reliable, and consistent actions naturally and reliably grows, takes deep root, and flourishes. The more consistently and authentically you consciously choose to articulate, focus upon, and intentionally repeat an empowering truth about your inherent capability, a purposeful affirmation about your potential, or a positive declaration about the person you are proactively choosing to become, the more consistently and effectively your remarkably intelligent, adaptive mind, functioning as a sophisticated search engine, actively and instinctively begins to search for and identify tangible evidence, both internally and externally within your environment and actions, that reliably confirms that stated truth, that purposeful affirmation is in fact authentically real, that it experientially holds weight and value in your lived reality. That cumulative process, the deliberate selection of intentional thoughts coupled with their consistent repetition, diligently practiced, is precisely and profoundly how you systematically and effectively rewire your core sense of personal identity, at its very root proactively shaping the operating system of your internal self-concept. That is the transformational method, the internal alchemy through which the critical, undermining, fearful internal voice, the relentless inner critic that may have held you back reliably and powerfully, becomes something else entirely. It becomes an empowering, supportive, and constructive internal ally, your internal coach, guide, and champion directing you forward. Tragically, too many capable individuals sadly wake up habitually each morning, and their very first automatic response, the dominant internal narrative, is to immediately, almost reflexively focus upon, internalize, and actively remember their past mistakes, their perceived failures, or the challenging setbacks they have encountered on their journey. They consciously or unconsciously reaffirm their existing weaknesses, solidifying these perceived limitations through repetitive internal focus. But you, armed with the understanding of the power of morning programming, must intentionally be different, actively disrupting this disempowering cycle. You must consciously and purposefully choose to deliberately use your own internal words, your conscious statements, as powerful, precise, creative weapons of design, actively counteracting limiting thought patterns, sculpting new possibilities, rather than weapons of internal self-destruction, perpetuating old limitations. Each deliberate morning, you are inherently granted the extraordinary power and the invaluable opportunity to actively reframe your present reality, consciously choosing its interpretive filter. You have the capability to courageously and purposefully declare with internal authority not just limiting interpretations of what objectively is currently manifesting in your external circumstances, which may present challenges, but proactively and powerfully to declare into being what unequivocally will be, stating your desired future state as if it is already in the process of creation. Affirm your deep-seated core purpose, rooting yourself in meaning. I intentionally choose to live my life with a clearly defined conscious direction. Affirm your immense inherent potential and growing capabilities. I grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient demonstrably each and every day. Thus, affirm the reliability and sustainability of the disciplined path you are forging. I consistently and resolutely choose to stay on my purposeful path, remaining steadfast in my effort and commitments, regardless of the size or nature of the external challenges that inevitably arise to test my resolve. These potent declarations are not merely empty or abstract chants spoken mindlessly without internal connection. They represent powerful, deliberate choices, intentionally articulated commitments to yourself and to the kind of reality you are choosing to create, voiced and embodied in the present moment. And consistently making these deliberate choices, expressing them through focused repetition, applied over time, actively creates profound internal and external alignment, aligning the flow of your intentional thoughts, clarifying and directing your vital energy, solidifying and resolving your emotions, and demonstrably aligning your resulting purposeful behavior, bringing it into congruence with your highest values and chosen goals. Eventually, inevitably, through diligent and consistent practice, your crucial inner voice, that internal commentator that perpetually guides your state, will demonstrably shift its default operating mode, changing its fundamental tone and message. It will progressively cease second-guessing your potential, endlessly questioning your capability, and instead, confidently and powerfully, begin to consistently and effectively guide you forward, acting as your compass. It will consciously cease criticizing your efforts or perceived imperfections, and reliably, authentically, begin encouraging you with positive reinforcing messages. And crucially, when that fundamental internal shift experientially occurs, when the most consistent voice speaking inside your own head, demonstrably, reliably, and powerfully, becomes your greatest champion, your most unwavering ally, constantly supporting and empowering your forward motion. There is no external or internal mountain, no challenge, no obstacle, however large or seemingly insurmountable, that you will not experientially possess the internal capacity, the resilient mindset, and the determined will to courageously move, effectively navigate, or decisively overcome. So every morning consciously choose to speak your highest truth directly and consistently into your own being, infusing your state with empowering words. Repeat your consciously chosen affirmations and core truths until they are no longer external commands, but fundamentally and experientially become the natural internal rhythm, the default frequency of your own powerful internal operating system. Believe in the potential reality of these declarations until that belief is no longer a hopeful thought, but becomes tangible reality, manifesting in your experience, confirmed by your actions. And resolutely act upon these internal truths and beliefs until that intentional action is no longer something you have to force yourself to do, but instead experientially becomes an integral, intrinsic, and undeniable part of your very identity, of who you undeniably are. You are not merely engaging in casual internal dialogue, or talking aimlessly to yourself. You are actively and diligently architecting, sculpting, designing, building, and consistently building yourself layer by intentional layer, word by word, action by action. Your fundamental morning energy, how you initiate, direct, and utilize it in the first crucial minutes directly and powerfully, sets your internal standard, determining the default energy level, the level of focus, and the quality of engagement you will likely maintain for the entirety of the upcoming day. Energy viewed functionally and practically is not as many. Believe a capricious external gift, something that simply arrives randomly and unpredictably upon request or by chance. It is not a mysterious external force that you simply stumble upon passively somewhere in the middle of your busy, demanding day, desperately hoping it will miraculously find you, somehow appearing precisely when you perceive you need it most to overcome an obstacle or complete a task. No, genuine sustainable energy is an internal phenomenon that is consistently and diligently generated, purposefully crafted, and directed through conscious intention and action, intentionally summoned and actively created. Specifically, by how you choose to deliberately begin the initial moments of your day, consciously setting the stage for its flow. The morning hours, properly understood and utilized, serve experientially as your fundamental ignition switch for your entire internal operating system. It authoritatively sets the initial fundamental tone, establishes the core internal rhythm, calibrates the dominant energetic frequency, and determines the prevailing vibration of everything internal and external that demonstrably follows throughout the trajectory of your day. If you passively, unconsciously, or habitually choose to initiate your day in a state of being slow-moving, permeated by indifference, dominated by external distractions, or simply physically inactive, you are consciously or unconsciously, powerfully inviting more of that exact same energetic state and quality, more slowness, more indifference, more distraction, to manifest throughout the subsequent hours of your day. You are sending a clear, limiting internal message directly to your physical body and its complex internal systems, and to your energetic receptive mind. This lower state, this scattered focus, this passive pace is demonstrably our default standard for energy and engagement today. And your obedient system, mirroring your internal command, and often the external reality itself, will predictably, reliably, and powerfully respond precisely in kind, matching the energetic standard you have implicitly or explicitly set. But critically, when you choose, with courageous intentionality, to rise from sleep, moving yourself from inaction, and initiating purposeful action, demonstrably infused with generated strength, activated by intentional movement, and illuminated by crystal-clear purpose, cultivated in the quiet, you are courageously, fundamentally, and energetically sending a distinctly different, empowering, and life-affirming message first to yourself. You are declaring with conscious self-possession, we are authentically alive in this moment. Choosing vibrancy, we are actively ready, both internally and externally, to engage powerfully. We are demonstrably here anchored and intentional explicitly to lead, guiding our own experience and influencing our surroundings, not to passively follow or merely react to external imposition. This intentional decision, this commitment to proactive initiation, is one of the core fundamental secrets demonstrably shared by those individuals who consistently experience and project high levels of internal generated energy. They don't simply idly wait to passively feel good, hoping for a spontaneous surge of positive external input. They actively and purposefully generate the desired positive feeling state, the vibrant energetic frequency, internally through conscious action and intentional practice, commanding their state. Begin your day's initiation with embracing and mastering the fundamental basics of self-care and state management, but choose deliberately to engage with them, to perform them not superficially, but with intense internal focus, unwavering intention, and a powerful sense of presence. Drink your initial water not as a casual afterthought, but consciously and purposefully, holding the clear intention, knowing experientially that this simple act provides essential biological fuel for your magnificent body and signals your entire system to consciously and effectively activate, preparing for engaged performance. Breathe deeply, deliberately, and rhythmically, filling your lungs, not as a reflexive reaction to stress or fatigue, but consciously, powerfully, and intentionally as a chosen act of self-regulation and energization. Allow the deep intentional breath, consciously controlled, to powerfully awaken your nervous system, bringing it to full alert readiness. Sharpen your physical senses, connecting you to reality, and concentrate your cognitive focus, making it laser-like. Consciously choose and put on empowering music intentionally, selecting tunes, sounds, or rhythms that genuinely stir something vital within you, resonating with possibility, elevating your internal state. Allow that chosen rhythm and harmonious vibration to actively displace internal restlessness, replace lingering discomfort, and override potential psychological resistance. Step physically outside into the fresh air, even for a brief few moments, experiencing the environment. Allow the potentially invigorating full-spectrum light of the sun to consciously reach and touch your skin, activating biological responses, because sunlight's influence is experientially far more than merely physical or visual illumination. It is profoundly and powerfully psychological and deeply physiological in its demonstrable positive effects on your state. Consciously choose to move your physical body intentionally. Engage it deliberately, even if only for a committed few minutes. Stretching, light cardio, a short walk, basic mobility. These seemingly fundamental actions are not viewed through the lens of mastering your state, mere superfluous luxuries, or non-essential activities easily dismissed. They are viewed functionally, fundamental, accessible, and incredibly potent, ignition switches, catalysts for conscious activation and state management. They effectively send an immediate directive command to your trillions of responsive cells. Let's actively begin right here, right now, with purpose, and consciously understand this profound applicable truth. Authentic energy, intentionally cultivated, is inherently contagious in its spread, influencing all it touches, but it is specifically and especially contagious and powerfully influential within your own being. When consciously generated from within, when you consistently choose to move yourself to take physical action with clarity and deep, purposeful intention, anchoring your mental state in the body's aliveness, your observable physical posture transforms, automatically aligning with intention. It becomes demonstrably more confident, more grounded, more present. Your verbal speech, reflecting your internal clarity and energy, perceptibly sharpens, gaining presence and impact. Your emotional mood elevates, shifting towards positivity and openness. You intentionally and effectively influence your surrounding environment, and the people within it through your radiating energy, actively setting the stage and impacting potential interactions. Before, the potentially draining external environment and other people within it have the unmanaged opportunity to primarily and passively influence and dictate your state or response. You fundamentally do not need to be externally loud, overtly assertive, or superficially dominant to effectively possess or demonstrate a high level of internal generative energy. You profoundly need to be genuinely, fully experientially alive and fully present in this intentional moment of creation and engagement. Aliveness, true vitality, is not defined by generating chaotic noise or superficial hyperactivity. It is authentically defined by intentional presence, full-centered engagement with reality, the ability to respond rather than react. It is a state of heightened alertness, cognitive readiness, and emotional availability. It is consciously and powerfully choosing to be fully immersed, completely engaged, and intentionally alive within the unfolding process of the day, directing your energy and focus, rather than passively waiting in a state of low energy or resistance for the day to just happen to you, to dictating your experience through its unmanaged progression. So deliberately, with internal authority, make the empowering choice today. Today, intentionally, I will personally bring forth, generate, and embody dynamic, focused, positive energy. I will not simply sit back and wait indefinitely for it to arbitrarily arrive from some external or random source. That simple conscious decision alone, embraced fully and reinforced by aligned action, courageously separates you experientially and statistically from potentially 95% of the wider world population, those capable individuals who may perpetually hope for energy, for motivation, or for external circumstances to align in their favor, but who, lacking the understanding of internal causality, lamentably fail to proactively and consciously create the intentional internal space, or undertake the purposeful initial actions diligently required to actively generate, cultivate, and amplify it experientaneously within their own being. High standards of performance, quality, and contribution are demonstrably not magically found residing somewhere externally, awaiting discovery, appearing unbidden. They are experientially, consciously, deliberately, and relentlessly enforced, internally and externally, through consistent intention, conscious choices, and purposeful, repetitive actions, consistently enacted first and foremost upon yourself and your own internal state. And your cultivated morning energy, the dynamic flow of your internal resources generated through intentional initiation, serves fundamentally as your crucial first foundational internal standard, a powerful internal operating directive setting the bar for everything else that will follow. When your fundamental morning energy is intentionally elevated and purposefully directed through deliberate practice, your primary attitude towards challenges reliably and automatically shifts to align positively, becoming more open and resilient. Your subsequent intentional behavior and the execution of your tasks tangibly sharpens, becoming more focused and effective. And inevitably and reliably, your external results, both tangible and intangible, begin to dramatically accelerate, demonstrating the power of intentional energy compounding upon purposeful action. You begin experientially to operate and live your life at a higher, more optimal, more productive frequency, where limiting internal excuses for inaction predictably and reliably fade away, losing their power to constrain you, and intentional, purposeful, proactive execution, translating thought into tangible results, effectively begins becoming your default operating mode. So consciously and intentionally treat your essential morning hours, not as a period merely dedicated to recovery after sleep, necessary but passive, or simply as a perfunctory pause between periods of obligation. Instead, purposefully reframe it, embrace it experientially as a critical time and intentional space, dedicated specifically for conscious ignition, for self-activation, for initiating momentum. Treat it not as a mandatory pause before being compelled back into reactivity, but rather consciously utilize it as your reliable internal launch sequence, your strategic preparatory period, empowering you to step into purposeful action. Make the deliberate, courageous choice intentionally. Wake up, bringing consciousness to the surface, not reactively, but with generated internal force, disciplined presence, and determined focus. Choose consciously to move your body and your mind with a deliberate rhythm orchestrated by your own intention, rather than the random dictates of external pressure. Consciously and consistently, choose to proactively generate and embody positive, purposeful energy, initiating it from within through aligned action and conscious state management. And when you make that powerful choice, anchoring your intention in the present, the entire remainder of your complex, dynamic, demanding day will reliably, powerfully, and miraculously rise, elevate its quality, and energetically align itself to consistently meet you, to match the proactive intention, purposeful energy, and focused capability that you have courageously, intentionally, and consistently cultivated and put forth from the very beginning of your dawn. Your greater desired future, that evolving landscape of possibility and potential accomplishment, is not some abstract, intangible entity existing in a distant realm inaccessible to your present influence. Your future is demonstrably and effectively hidden. It is being progressively shaped, consistently formed, and directly influenced at every single day precisely within the pattern, the deliberate structure, and the quality of your repeatable daily routine. If I were hypothetically permitted the profound privilege to consistently follow you, to meticulously observe the sequence of your actions and the quality of your intentional engagement for just one crucial morning of your life, observing precisely how you initiate those first critical minutes, I could potentially articulate to you with a surprising level of experiential insight and predictive accuracy, precisely and intentionally, where the overall direction of your life is fundamentally headed. Not because I possess some intrinsic secret mystical wisdom or prophetic sight hidden from others operating on hidden knowledge, but authentically because the critical period of the morning, specifically how you engage with it through your intentional actions and default habits, serves reliably, experientially, and profoundly as a revealing mirror. It powerfully and immediately reflects and illuminates far more truthful information about your current internal state, your core priorities, your level of genuine self-commitment, and the direction of your life's energy than any set of mere external words, superficial declarations, or expressed hopes could ever convincingly convey on their own. The fundamental structure and the chosen consistent actions of your intentional morning routine do not lie about your actual priorities. It authentically and powerfully reveals them through tangible behavior. It demonstrably exposes whether your stated external goals and articulated internal aspirations are merely transient, comfortable hopes that you passively whisper to yourself periodically in the quiet darkness before falling asleep, lacking real weight or grounding. Or critically, it reveals experientially whether they are deeply internalized orders, powerful internal directives issued by your higher self, consciously recognized, that you proactively choose to consistently and resolutely obey, aligning your actions with purpose through the unwavering force of deliberate, consistent, disciplined execution, demonstrated daily in the light of dawn. Your actively unfolding future, that potential state yet to be realized, does not merely passively reside as a static image displayed conveniently on a colorful external vision board you might have created awaiting magical manifestation without effort. It experientially lives. It is actively being built consistently, informed, and shaped every single moment first and foremost, within the detailed structure and the committed actions of your actual morning routine. The choices you make about how to initiate your day's engagement. What concrete actions you consciously choose to actually do, the energy you choose to bring forth when you first physically emerge from the state of sleep in the potent, undefended space of those initial few minutes, holds exponentially more directional significance, influencing your day's trajectory and compounding its impact than almost anything external you might subsequently discuss, consciously think about in passing throughout the day. Articulately write down as an abstract concept in a disconnected journal entry without follow-through, or vaguely proclaim externally to others as a future intention without corresponding present action. Because dreams, noble as they may seem in conception, or grand visions however inspiring in thought, when left merely as abstract ideas existing, without the tangible, consistent anchoring force of applied discipline, almost invariably, reliably, and demonstrably begin to decay, losing their vitality and becoming unattainable until they transform entirely into a frustrating state of profound internal disappointment and external unfulfillment. But a consistently applied routine, specifically the powerful structure of an intentional morning ritual, whether it feels outwardly simple, personally chosen with clarity of intention, and reliably, diligently applied with deliberate consistency, progressive building its structure and impact gradually but powerfully, and surely becomes the functional, accessible, tangible staircase, leading you step by step, deliberate action by deliberate action, morning by consistent morning, directly to the realization of your greater intentional destiny, fulfilling your purpose. You authentically desire to know right here and now, experientially, where precisely you are dynamically moving towards, where the energy of your life is reliably heading. Then cease mere speculation, pause fleeting analysis, and simply make the courageous, conscious effort to observe, to intimately watch what you are consistently choosing to actually do in that fundamentally defining potent first hour of your day. Pay deep attention to the precise actions you initiate and the internal state you cultivate. Are you instinctively and automatically reaching for the familiar attention-demanding external device, your smartphone, instantly connecting to the chaotic external world? Or instead, with a deliberate, conscious choice, are you authentically reaching inward physically or mentally, consistently reaching for your core purpose? Seeking connection to your deepest intentions and values, anchoring your direction. There, are you intentionally engaging purposefully, moving, and consciously activating your physical body right from the beginning, circulating energy, deliberately feeding your creative mind with uplifting substance, cultivating internal focus, and proactively directing the initial stream of your valuable thoughts towards clarity, positivity, and solution-seeking? Or are you defaulting to passive comfort experientially, waiting for external forces or internal urges to compel you into action, allowing yourself to mentally drift aimlessly through the early moments, mindlessly consuming without directing, and simply habitually reacting to whatever immediate external stimulus happens to appear in your environment? That pervasive, significant gap, experientially, between conscious intention, rooted in action, and passive reactive default, governed by comfort or habit, is precisely and profoundly the entire difference, the defining chasm separating an immense, unrealized potential residing as possibility from consistent, demonstrable, purposeful progress unfolding as reality. Therefore, make the commitment today diligently, review your current established morning rituals, and ingrained default habits, whatever they happen to be. Seriously, take a deliberate step back and perform a candid, courageous, and honest internal audit of your average mornings. What specific default actions or passive engagements are you mindlessly doing out of mere inertia or past habit that are fundamentally no longer authentically serving your growth, supporting your well-being, or effectively propelling you forward towards your most meaningful objectives? What persistent external demands, habitual internal loops, or superficial distractions are consistently, insidiously, and effectively stealing your vital clarity, dissipating your energy, and diluting your potential focus? What simple, conscious, seemingly small, yet impactful changes, applied consistently, could significantly reinforce support and amplify your intentional strength, consolidate your internal resolve, and improve the directed quality of your morning process? Then, based on this honest assessment, intentionally and decisively, refine them. Make the empowered choice to actively and systematically eliminate whatever is fundamentally unnecessary or doesn't demonstrably build support or enhance the version of you who embodies your purpose. Actively identify, prioritize, and strengthen through diligent, consistent repetition whatever intentionally does contribute directly and meaningfully to your internal structure, resilience, and outward potential. You often and mistakenly feel like you perpetually need more external time in your day to accomplish everything demanded of you. The fundamental truth is, you require less unfocused time and demonstrably more effective, intentional, self-created structure, applied strategically, especially to your beginnings. Why? Because intentional, purposeful structure consciously implemented by you does not inherently restrict your authentic internal freedom to choose what matters. Paradoxically, it powerfully creates it by providing a framework for focused action. When the trajectory and the key activities of your vital morning are pre-decided, intentionally chosen, and consistently structured by you, perhaps the night before, you effectively and immediately remove unnecessary mental confusion and debilitating decision fatigue from the equation of beginning. You powerfully remove hesitation, that internal barrier to initiation, and critically the conscious removal of internal doubt, indecision, and passive resistance achieved through structured planning and action is precisely and profoundly where genuine dynamic, self-reinforcing momentum consistently begins its unstoppable generation, carrying you forward effortlessly. Structure actively embraced and consciously implemented is not mere rigidity or arbitrary constraint imposed externally or internally. It is potent internal power, the conscious choice to define boundaries for where your energy goes. It is simultaneously the resilient internal shield, strategically raised and reinforced, that consistently protects your most vital time and energy from dissipation, distraction, and external imposition. And it is also the sharp, effective internal sword that decisively cuts through the overwhelming density of competing external demands and the paralyzing inertia of inaction, allowing you to prioritize and focus. It is the clear, unmistakable directive signal you broadcast not only to the external world observing you, but even more critically to your own adaptable self, reinforcing a core truth: I inherently know authentically, clearly, and powerfully precisely who I am becoming, the more actualized version of myself, and consciously, consistently, with deliberate intention, I actively act accordingly, aligning my present behavior with my stated future identity. Those discerning and intentional individuals who successfully build and continually reinforce a strong internal foundation diligently laid in the structured space of the morning hours, by cultivating clear intentions, consistent disciplines, and empowered self-dialogue, do not falter, crumble, or collapse when faced with the inevitable external chaos, pressure, and unpredictable challenges of a complex day. Their intentional morning routine transforms into their fundamental internal rhythm, an ingrained powerful beat they follow. And that self-generated consistent rhythm, diligently cultivated progressively, powerfully, and reliably, becomes the very essence of their undeniable resilience, their capacity to recover, adapt, and persist in the face of adversity. And in a constantly shifting, uncertain external world, a reality inherently designed to be unpredictable and to test our limits, the intentional individual who resolutely anchors their challenging yet promising day in consistent, purposeful, deliberate action, consciously chosen and faithfully applied from the beginning of their waking hours, ultimately becomes unshakable, unmovable in their core sense of self, and their capacity to navigate complexity with grace and power. You do not need or should aim to perfectly accomplish or flawlessly integrate everything in your intentional morning process immediately from the very first attempt. That is an unrealistic expectation, setting the stage for frustration. But you must courageously and authentically commit to proactively engaging with something, some key action, some specific ritual element, doing it with crystal clear intentional purpose and deliberate focus, and diligently choosing to apply that intention, practicing that specific purposeful action. Every single morning, day after demanding day. Approach these deliberate morning acts not as mundane, arbitrary obligations or basic chores, but with profound internal reverence, recognizing their transformative power, executing them with dedicated commitment, demonstrating your promise to yourself, and embracing them with the deep conscious awareness that these seemingly small yet powerful and consistently repeated rituals are definitively not merely secondary habits, incidental tasks, or peripheral activities. They are collectively and cumulatively the incredibly potent architects, intentionally and actively shaping and building the foundation and framework of your potentially vibrant future. Brick by intentional action, layer by consistent discipline. Make the conscious decision, allow your carefully chosen and consistently executed morning routine, your sequence of deliberate actions to courageously speak, articulating your presence, your commitment, and your priorities even before you speak external words or verbally articulate your intentions to the world or to others. Let its consistent practice confidently and reliably declare without verbal need your core focus, illuminate the burning fire of your intentional passion, and demonstrate the clear, purposeful direction of your chosen trajectory for your life's journey. Why? Because when the external world around you subtly perceives, acknowledges, and recognizes that you consciously and authentically move, operate, and live your life with such intentional purpose, unwavering clarity, and consistent effort, particularly and notably during the quiet, less observed hours of the early morning, those times where external performance isn't often judged or immediately validated, it experientially and synergistically will reliably begin to respond demonstrably, in kind, reflecting your state. It will begin presenting you with greater alignment, creating and revealing expanded opportunities, facilitating meaningful connections, and bringing forth resources more powerfully in the louder, more active, more outwardly visible hours of the demanding day that follow. Your fundamental morning, how you engage with it, holds immense, perhaps under-recognized significance and potential impact. Make the courageous choice today to genuinely, seriously, and proactively treat it like your authentic future entirely depends upon it, as if your highest aspirations and most deeply held values are directly tied to the quality of your initial engagement with the day. Because with absolute certainty, in a profound, transformative, and undeniably impactful way, it fundamentally and reliably does depend upon it unfolding from that intentional beginning. The crucial period of the morning is not merely when the external clock arbitrarily indicates a new day has officially commenced. It is strategically the crucial internal battleground and external preparatory phase where you gain, solidify, and wield the ability to demonstrably and consistently win control of yourself and the subsequent demands of the day precisely because of the conscious, purposeful decisions and the meticulous internal and external preparations you intentionally initiate and carry out the night before, effectively setting the stage for future success. You inherently cannot physically or mentally rise from sleep into a state of activated strength, poised capability, or clear intentional focus in the morning. If you habitually choose to intellectually or emotionally go to sleep in a state of internal confusion, lacking clear direction, feeling unprepared, or being emotionally overwhelmed by unresolved thoughts, the potential for a powerful, effective, intentionally directed morning is emphatically not a spontaneous accident occurring by chance or happenstance. It is the direct, reliable, and consistent result, the earned outcome of deliberate, intentional effort applied prior, often initiated during your preceding evening hours. The valuable seeds of future success, whether personal, professional, or spiritual, are not sown randomly into barren ground. They are consciously, carefully, and diligently planted by your own hands into the rich, fertile, well-prepared soil cultivated explicitly through your commitment to focused planning and proactive intentional preparation. Preparation occurring precisely in the quiet hours leading up to your resting state. Ask yourself this revealing practical question about your habits and process. Do you habitually, intentionally, and consistently engage in the practice of proactively and realistically planning your upcoming day, clarifying your primary goals, defining your key intentional actions, organizing essential resources, and perhaps setting key metrics, physically before your head comfortably touches the pillow to sink into the state of sleep? Do you deliberately dedicate a few focused moments to specifically setting your core intention for the upcoming day, intentionally identifying the one or two specific things that matter most, clarifying the actions that will move your life forward, and consciously undertaking preparatory steps, effectively priming and preparing your powerful mind, programming it in advance to readily accept the internal role of conscious commander and effective leader as soon as it reawakens? Or in contrast, do you default to past patterns, experientially wandering unanchored into the vulnerable territory of the morning hours, intellectually and energetically adrift, operating without a clear intentional map or predetermined course, simply and passively, hoping that a nebulous sense of elusive clarity or a spontaneous surge of unearned motivation will somehow miraculously simply be graciously handed to you, manifesting conveniently like a random gift appearing upon awakening? The pragmatic, often challenging, yet fundamentally liberating truth is this: the critical initial moments, the potential of your challenging day's morning demonstrably yields, presents, or offers nothing inherently valuable or strategically advantageous to you, that you, operating from a place of proactive self-leadership and intentional planning, did not specifically and strategically request, prepare for, or actively structure the night before. The adaptable human mind, this incredibly powerful yet often undirected internal resource, instinctively craves structure, predictability, and explicit internal instruction for its operational guidance. It fundamentally wants to know precisely where it needs to purposefully focus its limited energy and intentional efforts. It yearns for direction before it fully or even partially awakens to the chaotic external input and internal possibilities of the day's beginning. When you choose consciously, strategically, and diligently to provide it with clear, explicit internal direction, a purposeful roadmap, and defined intention, before consciously yielding to the passive state of restful sleep, you establish powerful preconditions for success. You effectively awaken in the morning, not feeling overwhelmed or undirected, but firmly anchored and primed operating from a clear state of pre-installed purpose. Your day's intention, its focus, its energy, has effectively been consciously set and is awaiting execution, eliminating initial doubt and delay. But if instead you make the passive choice to consciously leave your incredible mind to randomly drift and succumb undirected and uncommanded into the subconscious processes of sleep, lacking a defined mental roadmap, lacking clear instructions for the journey ahead, you will reliably, inevitably, experientially rise into a state resembling a disorienting internal fog, struggling to find clarity, grasping aimlessly, needing precious energy and time to search for a sense of direction or operational meaning rather than acting upon it. So intentionally, strategically, proactively lay out your explicit intentions and purposeful priorities for the upcoming day. Consciously and diligently write down in clear, actionable language the 1, 2, or 3 core tasks, the high-leverage activities that demonstrably and unequivocally matter most for you to execute or progress upon tomorrow. Those actions that will most significantly advance your overarching goals. Be specific in your description of the required outcome or the tangible deliverable. Don't default to vague notions like simply work on that project or hoping vaguely to be more productive tomorrow. Be precise in defining the action required to make it real. Complete the critical first draft of Section 3 of the report. Skillfully respond to all outstanding client emails requiring more than a brief answer. Spend 25 focused minutes deliberately preparing the key talking points for the internal presentation at 10 a.m. Allow the pen in your hand, guided by intentional thought, to proactively and specifically sketch the reality of your productive tomorrow, deliberately mapping out its key landmarks and critical junctions before your physical body has even taken a single intentional step or made a conscious movement of physical effort in the dawn light. Further reinforce this preparation with mental rehearsal consciously and vibrantly. Visualize your effective, successful wake-up and purposeful initiation the next morning. See yourself clearly, experientially, rising from sleep, not groggy or resistant, but with profound calm, resolute determination, and controlled focus. Mentally rehearse yourself consciously and effectively, moving with internal clarity, acting with directed intention, confidently stepping into the demanding rhythm and opportunities of the day, embodying the confident presence of an intentional leader actively governing their experience. These vibrant mental images, these focused visual cues intentionally implanted prior to sleep function powerfully to prime your powerful subconscious mind, setting a positive expectation. They consistently train your entire internal operating system, both cognitive and physiological, to genuinely expect purposeful action, to proactively crave engagement and productive execution upon awakening, to welcome the potential challenge and inherent opportunity of the upcoming morning. Not as a daunting, chaotic, unpredictable mystery to be feared, but experientially as a clear, predetermined mission, an opportunity to implement your strategy explicitly outlined by you. Proactive, strategic, and deliberate preparation. Especially preparing for your morning the night before is not a demonstration of internal weakness, indicating a lack of spontaneous capability or an indication of fear to improvise. It is precisely the practical embodiment of deep internal wisdom. It is the strategic long-term approach intentionally embraced by those few insightful individuals who intuitively understand that achieving meaningful, enduring greatness in any area of life is undeniably never a random event occurring by chance. It is consciously, consistently, and effectively engineered and constructed one intentional layer at a time through thoughtful planning and deliberate effort, stacking capability upon capability. Authentic champions don't passively hope their way into consistently excellent performance or extraordinary outcomes. they purposefully, consistently, and realistically engineer their way into it, setting the internal and external conditions for its emergence. They make the non-negotiable decision, often in the quiet, strategic moments of the evening prior, that their tomorrow will fundamentally and purposefully serve, reflect, and propel forward their explicitly defined mission and higher purpose, rather than being dictated by unexamined habits or external demands. And powerfully, dynamically, when that strategic internal preparation is actively and consistently put into place, diligently acted upon, the entire potential quality and experience of your demanding morning transforms fundamentally. You are no longer forced to search reactively, desperately, and inconsistently for an elusive, fleeting motivation upon waking, because you have effectively set it in motion through intentional preparation, before you even consciously closed your eyes to rest. You do not simply default to reactively responding to the countless stimuli and unmanaged pressures of the spontaneous, unpredicted elements of the day. Instead, experientially empowered by prior planning, you confidently and purposefully respond to a clear, actionable plan, a strategic, thoughtful blueprint that you authentically authored with intention and anchored with purpose. That intentional difference, that fundamental choice to respond to a plan you designed, represents the crucial transformative line drawn experientially and functionally between allowing yourself to drift passively in overwhelming chaos and consciously maintaining grounded composure and focused execution. Between simply wandering aimlessly, pulled by every external current, and bravely, effectively leading your own path forward, defining its trajectory from within. Your purposeful, prepared evening consciously becomes the skillful architect, meticulously designing, planning, and establishing the necessary structures and intentions for future action, setting the stage for productivity. Your initiated morning consistently executed upon awakening, according to your plan, experientially, becomes the diligent and dedicated executor, the capable builder, bringing those plans and intentions into tangible, physical reality through disciplined action. And cumulatively, consistently and intentionally, your remarkable, actualized life itself blossoms into the potent masterpiece, a work of art, a demonstration of potential realized, that they, working together synergistically, proactively, and tirelessly, build, create, and bring forth into existence. So do not merely conclude your day passively, winding down randomly, or allowing its end to lack clear intention and closure. Actively and intentionally complete it, bringing it to a conscious close, sealing its energy. With commander's intention, clearly stating your directives for what is to come. Deliberately and consciously, align your evening choices, your final actions and thoughts with your most authentic purpose, your values, and your defined intentions for the next day, using this as preparatory practice. And reliably, inevitably, wonderfully, your subsequent mornings, meeting your readiness, will courageously, predictably, and experientially begin, not from a place of internal struggle, but consistently and powerfully, with clarity, born of intentional preparation, rooted in capability, and imbued with the self-trust that comes from showing up for yourself. And experientially, undeniably, authentically, it is precisely that deep, unshakable clarity and grounded sense of powerful self-command, courageously initiated from within, particularly when cultivated and applied consistently, that eventually and powerfully commands the external world itself, aligning circumstances and creating opportunities to reliably respond and yield to your directed purpose and intentional action, guiding you towards your desired destination. If at your core you have experienced the deep, persistent feeling of being mentally, energetically, or experientially behind, chronically overwhelmed feeling, perpetually subjected to circumstance, from the moment you awaken, if you are genuinely tired of operating from a state of constant, reactive struggle, Rather than intentional creation, it is definitively time. It is your opportunity and your mandate to take proactive, decisive control and powerfully claim your mornings back as your own intentional space and time. Make the courageous choice today. Do not casually, passively, or complacently leave the most crucial, most impressionable state of your potent mind and your life's fundamental direction to mere random chance external influences or unexamined past habits, hoping for the best without action. Intentionally, courageously, and effectively. Build it yourself diligently, strategically, and purposefully, using the blueprint of your own conscious design and defined intention. Consciously utilize each emerging morning, each precious opportunity, for a new beginning as a potent, dedicated space to intentionally wire deep internal resilience, conscious self-discipline, crystal clear purpose, grounded self-awareness, and profound internal peace directly into the foundational core of your very being, sculpting the kind of person capable of achieving what they envision. These deliberate morning rituals chosen consciously and executed consistently are not merely rigid routines, mechanical actions to check off. They are viewed truthfully and experientially the very essence and powerful execution of your personal revolution, an internal uprising against the inertia of past patterns and the tyranny of external control, liberating you into intentional self-leadership. Therefore, embark consciously on this transformative journey. Begin perhaps with selecting just one single, simple, intentional ritual or deliberate action that resonates deeply with your current intention and feels manageable. Make the courageous commitment solely to yourself to faithfully perform, integrate, and consistently repeat that one chosen discipline every single morning, without fail, regardless of external circumstances or how you initially feel. Actively watch with present awareness and genuine curiosity the powerful positive impact this simple, consistent commitment to self begins to generate internally and externally. Observe carefully how your fundamental internal thoughts begin to intentionally shift their focus from limiting doubt to possibility, how your vital energy reliably changes its state from lethargy to vibrant presence, how your intentional actions gain power and focus, and crucially, how the entire reality of your surrounding life responding to your intentional signal progressively and predictably follows suit, gradually aligning itself with the energy, direction, and intention you are consistently generating and radiating from within, beginning first thing in your powerful morning hours. This intentional moment is experientially your sacred window, your decisive opportunity, not dictated by the clock, but created by your choice to consciously reset your internal foundation, to reclaim your innate power, and to definitively rise not from past constraints, but courageously, confidently, and vibrantly, with fundamental clarity, anchored in purpose, ready to build. Courageously rewire your vital mornings through intentional action and consistent self-discipline, starting from the very first conscious moment, and you will, with undeniable certainty and profound clarity, definitively reclaim your mind, and by doing so authentically, command your powerful, self-directed life.